Hello and welcome to the course. In this one, we are building a GitHub-like app where we can search for GitHub profiles and repositories. We can sort them based on the date, start count, and fork count. We can also copy the clone URL of each repo so that we can clone it to our machine. When it comes to authentication, users will be able to sign up with their GitHub accounts. And for this, we'll be using Passport.js middleware, which is extremely flexible and modular, and it can be dropped into any Express-based web application. You will see how easy it is to implement GitHub authentication into any of your Node.js apps. Our app will look like a real-world app where authenticated users will be able to use privileged features of our app, such as exploring the most star repositories for various programming languages. And they will be able to like GitHub profiles alongside being able to see who liked their profiles in a beautifully designed table. We will not skip the important details such as error handling. Users will be able to see related errors if there are any. For the database, we'll be using MongoDB. And to design models and to interact with our database, we'll be using Mongoose. And I think I don't need to mention, but this app will be completely responsive. In this video, you will not only learn how to build a full stack app, but you will also learn fundamental concepts like how social media authentication works under the hood and how to securely store your environment variables. The solution is not as simply as creating a .env file. It doesn't work in the client. So we will prove it first, then we will learn how to store them securely. And finally, we will learn how to deploy our app using a free service. And this deployment process can be applicable to all of your MERN stack apps. That's gonna be it for the app showcase, and I will be humble enough to ask you to subscribe if you think this content is valuable. With that being said, let's see the course outline and we'll jump into the code. So this course consists of 4 major parts. In the first part of the course, we will focus on the UI design of our app with the help of Tailwind CSS. If you don't already know, Tailwind CSS is a utility-first CSS framework that simplifies the process of styling our apps. In this part, we will work with hard-coded data for the sake of UI, and we will replace it with the actual data in the second part. Also, we'll be using some pre-made designs and some images that I'll provide in the GitHub repo. By doing so, we can quickly skip the design process and focus on the logic and functionality of our application. We will copy and paste some HTML and CSS code in this part, but don't get discouraged because there will be no logic at all. Whenever we add some logic related code, we will type it from scratch and I will explain them in detail. Moving on with the next part, we will learn how to connect our app to GitHub's database of user profiles and repositories. To do this, we need an API key which we'll set up together. With this key, we'll be able to ask to GitHub for information about users and their projects. We'll go step by step through the process of fetching user profiles and repositories, so you will understand exactly how it all works. In the third part, we will shift our focus to the server side of our application. We will use Express.js to set up our server and connect it to MongoDB where we can store our data. Then we will learn about adding authentication using Passport.js, which helps us make sure that only the right people can access certain parts of our app. Additionally, we will see how to hide important information such as API keys and secrets, so that they are not visible to others who might try to access them. And in the final part of our course, we will get our application ready to go live on the internet. We will make sure that everything is set up properly for deployment so that our app runs smoothly when people visit it online. We will also learn how to run both the front-end and back-end parts of our app on the same domain, which will allow us to get rid of the course error. Finally, we will deploy our application for free using a platform called render.com. And in this way, anyone can access it from anywhere in the world. So long story short, all these information will be packed into 4 hours. So don't get overwhelmed if there are things that you don't understand. Feel free to join our Discord where you can always ask for help. That's gonna be it for the course outline. Thanks for watching and let's get started. Okay, so I have an empty folder and we'd like to create 2 different folders inside this one. So one is gonna be the backend or the API, and the other one is going to be client or the front end. That's how I would like to call them. Now we are going to start with this one. So let's open up a new terminal and then we will cd into it. So cd f tab, so cd frontend. Now we'll just say npm create vite at latest. Now this will give us a React application, and we would like to initialize it under the current folder, which is the front end. So for this, I'll put a dot at the end. Let's press enter, and it's gonna ask us some questions. So we would like to go with React, and I'll select this one, and you'd like to go with JavaScript. So I will select this one as well. Now it says run npm install and then npm run dev. So let's say npm install. That's going to give us the node modules folder, which is going to be our packages. And once it is done, we will be able to run this command. Okay, so that was successfully completed. Now let's say npm run dev, which will initialize a dev server for us at this port. Now control click to this, and it will open up this port for us in the browser, and we have this starter application that we can see. Now I would like to change this port. It's just because how I am used to it. We'll go into the vite config.js, and I'll say the I think that was the server, right? And then we have the port. I'll say I would like to have the 3000, and if we save that, now it's gonna update it for us. And now if we refresh this page, we will not see anything because it is not at this port, but it is rather at this port. So here is our application. Now we would like to get the Tailwind CSS for our app. So let's say Tailwind CSS vite install. So we will click to the first link that we have here. It is under the tailwindcss.com. Now we already created our project. We just want to install Tailwind CSS. So we will skip the first section and we'll get into the second step. So let's go here. I will open up a new terminal, and I will need to cd into the front end, because that's where we'd like to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So I will paste that, and it is gonna first run the first command. So it is now running this one, and once it has been installed, it is gonna run this one. So let's wait for it. Okay, now this one is completed. Let's press enter for this, and this will give us that tailwind config.js file. There we can see it is here. Now to just test it, I mean, we have one more step. So let's go here. Actually we have two more steps. Let's copy this, and it says paste it into the tailwind config.js. So we'll go here. I'll just delete everything and then just paste that. Now we could save this file, and the last thing that we need is to copy this tailwind directives. So copy that, and let's go here under the index.css. So I'll just delete everything and shrink. So kill this, shrink it. Okay, we have three directives. Let's save, and if we go into the app.jsx, now let's just try to test it out. So here I'll just say hello from the home page, and you could delete the use state and everything that we can see here, and let's just delete the app.css file, and let's delete those. We don't need any of them. Now let's say this is going to be a div, and let's save. Now here, this is the output. Let's just test it out if Tailwind CSS is working correctly. And so let's just say class name. Now text red 500, background, let's say blue 400, padding of 2, and let's save. And if we refresh, so it is not working because I think we need to kill this terminal and then run npm run dev. And now it should be working, because the reason is I think we have so updated this and just we did the setup. So now there we can see it is working. So now we need a couple of different packages, and let's go and install them. So I will just split this, and here we are already under the front end. So we could say npm install. We would like to get the React router DOM, and then we would like to get the I think React hot toast, and then React icons. Oops, React-icons. So it should be like this. React-router-DOM, React-hot toast, and then React-icons. So there is a dash here as well. Let's press enter. Now the first, okay, I'll just explain all these packages one by one. So we'll be using this for navigation so that we have different pages. We'll be using this to show some toasts, And if you don't know what that is, you'll see that. And then we will use React icons for the icons. Now all of them has been installed. We could kill this terminal and let's just do the React Router DOM setup. We need to go under the main.jsx. So we'll just say browser router and wrap our app with it. Now this is we are getting this from this package and we wrap our application with it. Now inside our app, we are able to use every component that is coming from this package. Now let's go under the app.jsx and we would like to just set it up. So even before we actually set this up, I would like to give you some images that's going to be under the public folder. And you can grab them from my GitHub repo. The link will be in the description below. So you would let's just delete this public folder now. So what you will do, you would just grab that public folder and put it into the front end. Now I'll just do that and get back to video. Okay, so I have done that. So here's the public folder. We have a couple of different images. So here, this is the background image that we'll be using. We have a couple of different SVGs, and here I am getting the preview of the SVG. If you don't know how this is possible, it is because of this package. I think it was SVG preview. Okay, it is this one. You need to install this and it is gonna work fine, just like mine. So here we have the Vite that is for the fav icon. So let me just get this to here. Okay, so we have it for this one, but these are the other things that we'll be using in our application. So GitHub logo, Java, JavaScript, and HTML, just every kind of thing that you see here. And there is one more thing that we need to add. So we have the background PNG and we would like to set it as our background in our application. And for this, we'll go under the index.css and we need to add a couple of different classes or styles. So in our body, I will actually copy that one by one. So we'll say the background will be linear gradient to bottom right. It is gonna just make this image a bit darker. So if we actually, let's get all of them and you can again grab them from the GitHub repo under this index.css. Now here, let's just save that and take a look at the output. So this is what we have, and if we don't add this linear gradient, it is going to be a bit brighter, so just like this. But if we add this, it is going to be a bit darker, and I think in this way it looks a bit cleaner. So we say no background repeat, background size of cover, position center, and attachment will be fixed so that it is always covering our screen. And another style that we'd like to add will be, so let's take a look at the demo. So I'll refresh this page. So here there is this scroll bar that is on the left, on the right. So it is just this one and it has been customized. And for this, we could add some styles to make this happen. And now if we add, so let's take a look at the current one. So here I'll just say h1 hello, and I'll just duplicate this maybe 20 times. Now here, oops, sorry for the color, but now it is looking like this and we would like to just fix it. So let me just change the background to be something like slate 400 or maybe 900 so that it is dark mode. And here we will go and just update the dark mode, the scroll bar. So I'll just say dark mode looking scroll bar, and for this I'll just give you 4 different styles. And here we just update the width and we change the track color, the background color, and then the thumb background color, as well as just some border radius. And for the hover state, we update the background color as well. Now let's save and hopefully that's gonna work. And now this is the new scroll bar that we have on the right. Now with that, that was the entire setup for the index.css, at least for now. So we could close that and we can focus on the app.jsx file. And we said that we will be adding our router setup. And first we added this browser router, and now we would like to add our pages. So here I think I'll just delete this and have a div. That's going to be the class name of flex. And if you hover over this, you can see what that basically does. And if you don't have this, I have an extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. So Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, you need to install this, and it is pretty popular as you can see here. It will both give you the autocomplete for Tailwind CSS classes, so something like everything that you can see here. If you say BG, you'll get all of these. If you say text and press Control Space, you're gonna get every style that Tailwind CSS has. And when you hover over that, it's gonna show you what it does. Now here in our app, we would like to have a component called sidebar that we'll create. And then here let's have a div. And inside this div, we will have our routes. So routes, we will import it from the React Router DOM. And for each route, we will call this route component. And again, it is coming from the package. Now, this is how we would use it. So I'll say if the path is equal to slash, that means you would like to show the home page. So I'll say the element will be the home page, and we'll create this home page in a second. And if we visit the slash login, we would like to see the login page. And if we visit the slash signup, we would like to see the signup page. And if we visit the explore page, so slash explore, we would like to see the explore page. So here I'll just say explore page. And lastly, we would like to have the likes page. If we go to slash likes, we will see this page. Now let's create all of them one by one. We could delete this assets, we don't need that. And here we'll have the pages, and then we'd like to have the components. So let's start with the pages. We would like to have the homepage.jsx, and we would like to have the signup page.jsx, and then we would like to have the login page.jsx, the explore page.jsx, and lastly the likes page.jsx. Now to get the content, I will use RAFCE and press enter. It's going to give me this React functional component, and for this we need to use this package or the extension. So ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. If you install that, now you'll be able to write RAFCE and get this functional component. Now let's save this one, and we'll do the same thing for likes page and every other page as well. So explore page, and then the login page, and lastly the signup page. Now let's close these, and you'd like to just install all of them. I mean import that, but it doesn't give us for some reason, so let's do it manually. So import login page from pages and login page, and let's get all of them. So I'd like to get the signup page, the home page, sidebar, and the explore page. And now we don't have the sidebar, let's create that as well. Okay, save it, and now it is coming from the components. So we could do something like this. We have our imports that are coming from packages. We have the pages imports as well as the components imports. Now let's get the likes page. We forgot to get that. So import likes page and save it. Now if we visit these pages, now this is the home page. So here we can see the color is so black. Let's just fix it. So here we'll just add a couple of different classes. So let's say maximum width of 5x large, and if you hover over this, this is the container. It says the maximum width will be 1024 pixels, and you'd like to give margin y of 5, text of white, so text white, and then you'd like to give margin x auto so that it is centered in our screen. So transition all, and then duration will be 300 milliseconds, and flex -1. Now so let's take a look at it now. So sidebar is still black for some reason. So text white, okay, it is because of here. For now, let's just say text white, text -white. Okay, so we have the sidebar, and now we are in the home page. Now if we go into the login page, So we are in the login page, but we still have the sidebar, and it is because the sidebar is outside of the routes. So this sidebar will be in every single page. So if outside of the routes, we add something like footer, and this will again be in every page. So here we have the footer, the sidebar, and then the login page. And if we visit the home page, we will still see the footer and sidebar, but the page content changes because it is inside this routes. But anyways, let's just move on. If we go into the page like sign up, we will get that. If we go to the likes page, and we have the explore page. Okay, so I think that's gonna be it for the setup, and we would like to first build the sidebar. Now here in the sidebar, we will have a couple of different icons, and when we click any of them, that's gonna take us to the related route. So this is the login route. Here we can see it took us to the login page, and if we click to this, it's gonna take us to the sign up page. And if we log in, so when we log in, we're not going to see that login and sign up links, but rather we will see the explore page as well as the likes page. And at the bottom, we will see the logout button and then our profile pic. Now, depending on that, let's just try to build our application. So I'll just log out and go here. So we'll just try to add it. Now, to be able to build a sidebar like this, we need to write a lot of different CSS classes because we have this class morphism background effect, and then when we hover over them, the style changes and it has been like centered properly. And for this, we need to add a lot of different classes. And I don't really want to type all these classes because the focus of this course is not really writing CSS classes, but rather just learning full stack development and writing backend code. So let's just start with writing a couple of classes for the sidebar, and then for this section we'll mostly be copying and pasting code, and I'll show you where you can grab this code and copy and paste with me. Now let's go into the sidebar, and here we'll like to just return an aside tag, and here let's just add a couple of different classes. Now this is going to be flags in flags column so that each item is on top of each other, or maybe in the vertical direction. So we will items center them, and we'll say minimum width of 12. Now this is gonna be for a mobile, and the mobile devices and above, we would like to have the width of 16. And now if we try to actually see this, so here now at this breakpoint, just take a look at the sidebar. Now it is a bit larger. It is because it is width of 16, and what that means is that so it is 64 pixels, but when we go a bit smaller breakpoints, it is gonna be this 48 pixels. Now just take a look at here. It is gonna be shrinked a bit, and it's gonna be a bit larger at this breakpoint. So this is how you would make so responsive styles with Tailwind CSS. And now we would like this to be sticky, and we'll say top will be 0, left will be 0, and this should be height of screen, and that means it is gonna be full VH, so 100 VH. And we would like to give some padding Y of 8, and let's go here to give a bit space, and we'd like to say overflow Y of auto, and then we'll say border right of, yeah, it's just gonna have the border right and no other borders. And now to get this glass morphism effect, there is a website. So let's say Tailwind CSS, and let's just type it. Okay, it is gonna be this one, Tailwind CSS glass morphism, and I think it is gonna be, okay, it is actually gonna be Tailwind CSS glass morphism generator, and it is gonna be this first one. So let's click to it. Now here, someone built it for us. Now we could change the opacity, and we could change the backdrop blur from none to small to extra large, and we could change the saturation, we could change the color, and I just play around with it and just find a value for us that is looking like this, and I will actually provide that to you. So here it is gonna be I copied that. Now I'll just paste it. So background clip of padding and backdrop filter, blur medium, opacity of 10, and on the hover state we change the background color to this gray, and then border will be this color and text will be white. So I don't know these classes by heart, and you don't need to know as well, because we could just grab it and paste it from a website like this. So let's try to save this, and what is going to be the output, and let's just say hello. If we take a look at now, it is the exact same actually output that we have. Now we would like to add all of our icons one by one, and let's try to add it. And so there will be a, so let me just create it actually under the front end. I'll just say copy dash paste dot md. So here I will create, so whenever we copy and paste something, you could grab it and it is going to be a page like this. So copy paste list for the UI. So here we have the app.jsx, and this is the exact same output that we have here. So only we could delete that now. So this is the same thing that you can see here, and you could just copy and paste that from our repo. And this is going to be the sidebar that we'll have, and all the other components will be here. So you will be able to find this file under the front end. It is going to be right here. So I will update this once I record the tutorial. And yeah, so let's go into the sidebar and try to add each item one by one. Now we'll like to have a nav, and here we'll add the class name of height full, and then flags column gap of 3. And we would like to have, we would like to have a link. So let's paste it, and this link is coming from the React Router DOM. And when we click to this, this will take us to the home page, and the image that it has will be this github.svg. It is this one. So when we just put slash, that means we are in the public folder and we would like to get this image. Now let's save, and this is the output that we have, and we would like to add the other icons. Let's go here under this link. We would like to have another link, and you can grab that again from the repo, from that file. So that's going to be a link. Again, it'll take us to the home page, but it is going to be this home icon. Now this will be coming from React icons, and let's see how we can get that. So React icons, and when you go here, you could search for any icon. Let's say I would like to get the home, and here the one that I choose, it was the IO. So home sharp, I think it is this one. And if you want to import that, you would copy this, and this is the component itself. Now I will paste it here, and here this is how I copy that. This is how I would use it, and the size will be 20. If you want to delete that, we could just delete it, and here we could add it as a prop. Now let's add it and save. So this is the output that we have, and it is almost the identical. Now we would like to add another link that will take us to the likes page, but we only want to add this if there is an authenticated user. For now, we don't have the backend for this, so I'll just say auth user, and I'll just add it true for now. And once we add this, once we implement that part, this will be coming from the backend. And for now, that could be hard-coded data. So after this link, we could say something like, if there is auth user, then just render this part, which is going to be that link that is going to be taking us to the likes page. So we have this icon. It is coming from React icons, and it is this heart icon. So let's save, and let's see, it is this one. Now below this, we would like to have the explore page. So again, we'll say auth user. If user is authenticated, then just return this link for us, and just paste that. We would like to get this icon from React icons, and let's save, and it's going to be this explore. And here you could see there are some classes. When we hover over them, the background will change, and there is this rounded LG. It basically says border radius will be 8 pixels, and we could use something like small, We could use medium, X large, and yeah, and for this we'll like to use the X large, large, and we have the flags, justify center. We will transition the colors. The duration will be 200 milliseconds. So basically it is just simple CSS, and we don't want to waste time by writing all of them from scratch. That's why we actually copy and paste. There is no logic going on at all. And below this, we will just say if there is not authenticated user. So let's say if user is not authenticated, we would like to render this part, which is going to be the login link. And again, I'll copy it and then paste that. Now for this icon, let's import it. And if we save, now this will be the output. Okay, we cannot see that. It is because user is true. Let's just say false. And now we don't see the likes and explore link, but we see the login route or the icon. And now we would like to add the sign up. I will just copy that and then paste it after this link. And let's import this icon from React icons. And after this, we would like to, let's save. So this is the sign up route, and when we click to them, it is already working because we have set up our routes. So we're in the home page, login page, and sign up page. Now at the very bottom, we would like to have the logout component. Let's log in and see that from our demo. So at the end, we have the logout component, and we will only be able to see that if we are logged in. So let's go here, and below this, we'll just say if there is auth user, and then we would like to render this div. Inside we will have the logout component that we'll create in a second. And let's say class name of flags column, gap of 2, and margin top of auto. So we say margin top of auto, that will just take it from here and push it all the way to this at the bottom. And now let's create the logout component. And again, you can grab that component from here. Okay, it is this component, and I think I'll just copy that and paste it into my code. So let's shrink this. Inside the front end, we will have the components. Let's say logout.jsx. Okay, we pasted that, and now we need to say export default the logout. It has an image of this user that I grabbed from Google, and it has this icon that is coming from React icons. Let's save, and we would like to import this. And now auth user, when it is true, then we'll be able to see that, but now it is false. Let's make it true so that we render this. So here, this is the output that we have. So it doesn't have the border. So let me just add it. So inside the logout, so we could say something like border, and if we save, okay, this is the output, but we would like to change the color. I'll say border gray of 800 maybe. Okay, so it is almost the same color with this one, and I will update this inside that file. So that's gonna be it for the sidebar. Now we have all of our icons that is matching with our demo, and the next thing that we'd like to add will be the sign up page. So now I will close every file and then just open up the sign up page. And here, if you wonder how I can get this colored comments, I have an extension for this. It is the better comments. And if you install that, it is going to give you this kind of highlighting where you could have something like important, and you could just add anything that you would like to have. And then there is, I think, information. So let's see okay, it is this one. If you put question mark, the comment will be blue, and you could even change the colors by customizing this settings. And that's something I wanted to mention. And this is a to-do that we'd like to add, which is going to be logout functionality later in the course. So let's close all of these. We would like to go into the sign up page, and then let's try to add it. So we will have a div that's going to have a couple of classes. So class name, flags column, and then items will be center, justify center, and then padding x of 6, padding y of 8, and then we'll say mx auto will have the height will be screen, and in the larger screens and above, the padding will be 0. So padding y of 0 on the larger screens and above, and medium screens, the padding y will be 8. And if you want to see the larger screen breakpoint, it is this pixels that you can see here. Now we'll have another div. Let's say div class name width of full and rounded LG, let's say rounded LG, and then it is gonna have the shadow, let's say medium screens and above, we'll say margin top of 0, but smaller screens and above, maximum width of medium, and then we'll say X large, and above we'll like to have padding of 0. So this is some classes just to make it look a bit cooler. And here we'd like to have the class morphism effect as well. So if we take a look at in the sign up page, let's log out, and if we go into the sign up page, so this is the effect that we'd like to have. And in order to add this, we need to add all those classes where we had in the sidebar, right? It was all of these classes. But now whenever we want to use this class morphism effect, are we gonna just come and copy and paste all these classes? This is really nasty, right? We want to just make it okay. So let's go here. So we would like to have a better solution. Let's put something here, sign up page, and now here we have that class morphism effect. It is actually working fine, but a better solution for this, the Tailwind CSS gives us, it says you don't really need to put all those classes if you're going to be using more than once. So here I'll just Control Z a couple of times, and okay, I will copy all these class names, and then under the index.css we will actually fix it. Now at the very end I'll say add layer, and under the components we would like to just add this class as a component, and I'll say the name could be anything. I'll go with bg class, and here I'll just say apply all these classes. I'll paste it. So apply all these classes to this class name, and now we're able to use this in our code. So instead of adding all those classes, I'll just say bg class, and it is gonna work. And we could do the same thing for the sidebar. I will delete all of these, and I'll just say bg class. Now our code looks a lot more cleaner than the previous state, and now this class name is reusable in our entire application. Let's save, and let's take a look at here. I'll say h1 hello from sign up page, and if we just duplicate this a couple of more times so that we could have this wide area, and here it is working actually, and that's something we would like to add to make it reusable. Now let's move on with our sign up page. So we have two divs, and we'd like to have another one. So here class name, we'll say padding of 6, and then space y of 4, and then medium, and above space, okay, that should be medium, space y of 6, and then smaller screens and above padding of 8. So these are the classes, and now at this point I don't really want to type all of them, so I'll just copy and paste them from here on out. So we would like to have one h1 that says create account, and then you'd like to have one button. It has all those classes to give the hover state, focus state, and just change the text, the font weight, so rounded LG, flex, gap to, padding to, and all these classes. Now we would like to get this icon from React icons. Let's save and see the output. So this is what we see, and here we'd like to have one or two paragraphs. So let's add them one by one. So below the button, it all says by signing up you will unlock all the features of the app. Let's import this, and this is the output, and at the end we would like to have another p tag that will take us to the login page. So let's give a bit space. Let's grab the link from React Router down, and there we go. Now this is the output. When we click to that, it is going to take us to the login page, and it is because of link to login. And I think that's gonna be it for the sign up page. And one last time, I'll just highlight this. You could grab that from the GitHub repo from the paste.md file. Okay, so now let's go and move on with the login page. And I don't really think to write all those classes for the login page. That's why I'll just copy it and then paste it. So let's get this icon and then the link. And here we are using the BG glass so that we have that glass effect in our login page. So again, we have this heading that says login to your account, the exact same button that says login with GitHub, and don't have an account that will take us to the sign up page. And here we go to the login page. So it is exactly the same thing with the sign up page. So let's add the likes page. And in the likes page, let's see what we are gonna have. I'll log in our demo. So let's go to here. Okay, we are basically gonna have a table that has the number, username, date, and action. So let's go into the likes page. We could close all these. So here I'll just delete this and I will return. So that's gonna have a div. Let's add a couple of classes. Oops. So relative, it is gonna be overflow x of auto, shadow md, and then we would like to have rounded lg and padding x of 4. Now we'll have a table as well. So let's say table and class name width of full. And here I'll just share something with you guys. If you would like to get these kind of components, there is Flowbyte, and here you could just get some components without writing too much. So table, if you go here, so in this page there are a lot of different examples. So you would just scroll this page and you would see every single example. So the one that I got from here, I think it was this one, table with users, but I just changed it and here we can have the code. So I just changed it a bit to get this output. And same goes for buttons. Let's say buttons. And so basically every single component they have in this component library. And whenever you want to get something, you can grab them from here. And same goes for, let's say, I think it was timeline. And I used it for this one. Let me just search for my name. So, okay, it is gonna be all these items that I have. We used a timeline for this, and I was able to grab it from this page. So vertical timeline, it is this one, but I play around with the code just to make it look like this. And so this basically gives you a starter point where you could just customize the things as you wanted to have. So flowbyte.com, you could check that. And where we have left, so we said that we would like to add the likes page, and we're gonna have a table with a couple of classes. So let's add all of them, text small, text left, and all these classes. And now we'd like to have the table head, and below this we will add the table body. Now inside the table head, let's add all of them one by one. So we'll have a table row, and then in the table row we'll have table headings. Now this is gonna be the scope of column, and then class name we could give padding of 4. So let's delete this, and here we'll just say it is gonna have a div that says number, and then we'll just do the same thing for other table headings. So below this one, we will have the username, the date, and the action. And then under the table body, we will have, again, I think at this point I could just copy and paste that. So we'll have a table row, or let's actually type it so that you don't really miss. So table row, table data, and then inside we will have, let's just give a bit classes, width of 4, padding of 4, and then for the table row we'll like to have the background glass, and then the border bottom. So did we give background glass anywhere else? Yes, so we have the background glass for the entire table as well. And then, so inside this table data, we will have one div that is class name of flex and items center. And here inside, we'll just have span that says 1. Let's save it. And if we take a look at it here now, so this is the output that we have. Now we'd like to copy and paste the rest of this. So under the table data, so I will grab it and paste that. We'll like to get the heart icon. Let's save let's see if this is the same output that we have. So it doesn't have the borders. I might be missing that classes. So inside the table head, I will just add all of them as well. So let's paste, and here it is looking almost same. Oh, okay, it's because I am missing one more S. I will just save it, and okay, I'll actually just grab the entire page and then just paste it from that copy paste file. And so that we don't miss any classes, I will paste it, save, and okay, this is the output that we have. It is not really looking the exact same to this one, but if we try to add these classes, so here I'll just add border, and for this one I think I'll just say border bottom. That should fix it. So here it is looking exactly the same, but this is a bit wider, and I think we could fix it in the incoming sections. Now this is gonna be it for the likes page, I believe, and the next thing that we'd like to add will be the explore page, and it is gonna be pretty simple. So we're just getting these icons from our public folder. So let's go and try to create it. So here I'll just delete everything from here, and then here I'll say we would like to return a div with the class name of padding x of 4, and inside one more div that's gonna have the class name of background glass and maximum width of 2x large, margin x auto, so rounded MD, and then padding of 4. And inside we will just say explore popular repos, and then images we will just put them side by side. So one heading 1 that says explore popular repos, it has text x large, which is 20 pixels, and then line height of 28 pixels. Font is bold, text centered, and then we would like to have this div with our images. Now here it says JavaScript logo, TypeScript logo, and then C++ logo, as well as the Python and Java logos. So height of them will be 11 for smaller screens, and smaller screens and above it is going to be height of 20, and it is 80 pixels, and this is 44 pixels. So almost we just double them, and cursor will be pointer, and I think we could save and see the output. So here we have it, and this is the background of class, but for some reason we don't have this border, and I think we are missing that inside the index.css. Okay, so here we need to have the border as well. So now it is working as expected, and I think that was the reason it wasn't working here. So if we go into the likes page, we could delete this part as well as this one, and it is gonna have borders as well. So we save the file, yeah. So okay, that was one class that we were missing under the index.css. It is that border. So we have the explore page as well. The next thing that we'd like to have will be the home page, and that's gonna be the most complicated one. So let's go into the home page and just add all these components one by one. So we will have, so now it is not looking really great, but we could fix that in the incoming sections. So here, if we search for the user, we have the search bar, we have the sort repos buttons, and then we have the profile info as well as the repos. So we will just add them one by one. Let's go into the home page. And then we would like to just update this here. So we'll have div of class name of medium 4, and we will have the search component. Then below this, we will have sort repos component. That is going to be those buttons that we see. And then we will have one div, and it's going to have a couple of class names. We'll add it, and then we'll have the profile info component, and then we will have the repos component. Now let's add the class names. I think I could copy and paste that. Okay, flex, gap of 4, flex column, and all these classes that we see. And this will make it in a way that when they're in the larger screens and above, the flex will be row, but in the smaller screens, they're gonna be in the vertical direction. So on the tablets, on the larger screens, it is gonna be looking next to each other, but tablets and mobile screens, this profile info and this thing will be on top of each other. So right now it is not working correctly. I don't know why. I think I have messed up something in the demo, but we will make it work. We will make it work properly in our code. So it is going to be looking like that. We could, we could just continue. So the first thing we would like to add will be this search component. Let's go here and say search.jsx, and then we had other components. Let's say sort repos .jsx, and then we will have the profile info.jsx as well as the repos.jsx. And let's create all of them. This is the profile info, and then sort repos, and then the search. Now the search will have a form, just like we see here. It is gonna have the icon, the input, and then the button. And we don't really need to type all of them, so I will copy that, and you can do as well. So let's import this button, and if we save, import the search, and for now let's just comment this out. It is gonna work fine, just like here, and that will be larger when we have these components rendered. Now the next thing we would like to add will be sort repos. So let's go here under the sort repos.jsx, and we would like to just copy and paste that 3 buttons. So I'll say return and then paste it. Now it says most recent, most star, and most forks, and it is gonna have these classes. And if you take a look here, we always have this bg class to have that class morphism effect. Let's import this, and this is the output, and we will give this border when we add the functionality. So the next thing we'd like to add will be this profile info. Let's go here under the profile info. We'll just add that component. Now this component will be pretty dynamic because we will fetch the user info from the GitHub, and this user will have a location, and this maybe this user will have the location, or maybe it will not. So maybe there will be Twitter URL, or maybe it will not. So it is gonna have the member since no matter what, and it is gonna have the username as well. But it might not have the full name. So this user doesn't have bio, but some of them will have. So we will check all of them when we render it. And for this, GitHub will give us an object, and for now we can hard code that object. I will copy it and paste it. So it is gonna be looking like this. This is how GitHub will give it to us. So HTML, so let's just start from at the top. It is gonna have the avatar URL. It is gonna have the bio, email, number of followers, following count, HTML URL, which is gonna be that if you click to this or you say view on GitHub, that is gonna open up the GitHub profile of that user. Okay, so we will have the Twitter username. Okay, this might be a actual value or it might be null. In this case, we are not gonna render this part that we see here. So now let's try to add all of them, and this login is username. This is how GitHub stores that. Now let's delete this part, and we'll say class name, and I think I will copy all of them and just paste it. So okay, so after this we would like to have another div. So div, it is gonna have class name bg glass and rounded lg and padding of 4. Inside this div we are gonna have the, I think, yet another div, and I think that's gonna be the last wrapper. So class name flags gap of 4 items will be center. Now we can add the user avatar. We will copy that, paste it. This is gonna be a link, and it is gonna take us to the user HTML URL. And we say target will be blank, and we add this rel no refer. If we don't add it, ESLint will warn us, I believe. Let's save. Okay, we don't get actual a warning. So let's see. Let's try to import the profile info. Oops. Okay, I'll cut this, paste it here, and then import that. Okay, so this is the profile info, maybe in the console. Okay, we still don't get this no repair warning, but sometimes you will get it, and it is, let's add it. So rel no referrer. So this is basically a good practice to add when you use target underscore blank. This will not send the referrer header to the external website that we have here. And that's just something to keep in mind. And below this, let's put a comment. I'll say user avatar. And below this, we will just have the view on GitHub button. And we could copy it and paste it under this div. And we could put even the comment, import the icon. So it is coming from React icons. If we save, we're gonna get this button. It has this border, and when we click to that, it is gonna take us to the user profile page, which is under the HTML URL. And below this, we could have the user bio, and here this is gonna be, so below this div, and this is gonna be that optional field. If this user has the bio, then we will render that this div, but if it doesn't, we'll just return nothing. And let's get this icon from React icons. Okay, it doesn't give us. I will copy it and just paste it. And I think I can just copy every single icon that we'll be using in this component. So I just paste all of them and we'll be using them now. So the very last thing we added was the user bio, and below this we would like to render the location. So let's add that. By the way, let's save and let's see. So we have the bio and the location. Let's below this we will add the Twitter username. So below this, and below that we will add the member since date. Let's see the output. So member since, the Twitter username, and then we would like to add the email address, full name, and username. So I will grab all of them under member since date. If we paste, here we can see every information is there. And below this, we would like to add this followers count following public repos and public gists. So that's going to be another div, I believe. So below this div, we'll say div class name of flags and flags wrap. So flags wrap, we don't want to have this dash, and then gap of 2 margin x4. You could just copy this entire file inside the GitHub repo. I don't know why I am typing, but at this point I'll just copy all of them and just paste it under this div. So we have the followers count, following count, public repos, and number of public gists. We have one extra div. Okay, let's save, and all of them are coming from this user profile object, which will be an actual object when we fetch this from the GitHub API. So here we could see this is the output. Now on the right hand side, we would like to add the repos component. So let's go and try to create it. So under the home page, we will import this. So okay, it doesn't give us for some reason. Now it is giving us. So inside this repo component, let's return a div, and I will copy the classes. So class name, paste this, and then inside we will have unordered list. Ordered list. This is okay. Ordered list and unordered list UL. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go here and we'll give some class names. And then here we will just return some repo component, and each repo will be this one that you see here. Now this is a repo, this is a repo, this is a repo, so on and so forth. And later in the course we will be actually mapping them inside an array that GitHub gives us. But for now, let's create that component manually. So repo.jsx REFCE, and then here we'd like to just paste that component as well. So I think I will not type anything and I'll just paste that. So we'd like to get the icons. So up here I'll say import these icons, and that should be working fine, and I'll explain what is going on in that file. But if we save, now this is what we see in our application. So we have an icon that is this timeline, and I have explained where I grabbed this. We have the title, we have the number of stars, and this is a badge. If you take a look at the flow byte, so it is called as badge if you want to see that. And we have different colors for them. We have the created at time, we have the description, and then we have the language. So everything in this file that you see is the output that we have in the screen. So these are the badges that says clone, number of forks, number of stars, the repo name that takes us to that repo URL. So if we click to that, it is going to open up in a new tab, and this is the repo that we see, and that will be dynamic later in the course. And with this, I think we have completed every single component. So there is one last thing we would like to add, that will be spinner component. We'll not be using this for now, but we could still add that. And this will basically be a loader. So again, I grabbed that from Flowbyte. I will search for something like spinner, and they just give you an accessible, so these loader spinners. So what you would do is just expand the code and take a look at which one you would like to grab and just copy that. And that's what I have done. And I will just provide that to you as well. So inside the spinner.jsx, we would like to just paste it. And that's going to be spinner. We would like to use it when we have a loading state. Now that was a lot of copy and paste. I am sorry about that, but just imagine if we were to write all these components just one by one, add those classes one by one, that would just take at least 2 hours, and we don't really want to waste that much time. So that was the design part. Now we will work with the second part, where we'll just use the GitHub API and grab some data. And just before we end up this UI section, I just want to initialize this as a GitHub repo. I will go ahead and open up a terminal. So this is the one that we have. I will create a new one, and we are in the root, not in the front end or back end. So here I'll just say git init, and this will initialize this as a GitHub repo. And okay, this has been initialized. Now we have the node modules have been ignored from this folder. It's because it is under the git ignore, right? It is here. And I have added the copy and paste content. If you take a look at it here, so the every component that we copied and paste is here, and you can find it. This is the end result, and that will be in the GitHub repo. So with that in mind, now let's just add all of them. So I'll say git add all, that will be in the staging area. Now let's say git commit -m, and we could say something like UI design completed. And with that, we're ready to work with the GitHub API. Okay, so now we would like to fetch user data from the GitHub API to get the profile info as well as the repos. And for this, there is this api.github.com, which we can visit, and there is the list of endpoints that we can hit to get different data. And here, the one that we are interested will be this github.com/users and then the username. And if you cannot get this kind of formatted JSON data from this endpoint, it is because I have this extension called JSON Viewer Pro. And if you open that up, you need to install this to Chrome, and it is free, no credit card required. Basically, just install that and use it. So here we said that we'll be using this one. So let's click to it. And okay, so of course there is no username. We got 404, but let's type my username, or you could search for yourself with your GitHub username. If we click to that now, here we have almost every data about this user. So we have the login, which is the username, and that's how we store that in our code. So if we remember in the components profile info, we had this hard-coded data, this object, and we have the login, which is the username. And then we had the Twitter username, public repos, public gists, and all of them are the same. That's what we can see from this response, right? So we have the number of followers, following count, and when this user is created. So this is the member since date actually that will be showing under here, and we will format this date. And then there is another endpoint, so repos URL. If we click to that, that is gonna open up the repos of this user. So here, this is the npm package that we have created in the channel. So there's a video on that if you want to check that out, but let's move on. So there is Electron Crash Course repo, there is the Flappy Bird, and basically it gives you all the repos that this user has and if it is public or not. So I think it doesn't give you all of them, but I think it gives you the latest 30 repos. Okay, if this user has something like 100 repos, it is just going to give you the latest 31. And this is what I know. And then you could see the language for this repo as well. So every information is here. Let's just, okay, I was going to search, but here I just saw that the language is JavaScript. And here we can see there are the number of stars. So there are number of forks and every other information. So there is the git URL. This is what we'll be using to get the repo URL. We'll just copy that and show a toast for this. And I think there will be the created at date for this repo, the description, and then for the language, we will show the image depending on the language. So either it is JavaScript, TypeScript, C++, Golang, whatever that is. And yeah, this is the endpoint that we'll hit. Now with that in mind, we can actually go ahead and fetch those information or the data. So we are gonna go, let's shrink everything under the home page. Now here we'll have a couple of different state. So let's say const, we would like to fetch the user profile. So to start with, we could have this as a null state and import the use state. We will have the repos to get started with. That could be an empty array. And then we would like to have a loading state so that we could show a loading spinner when we are in the loading state. And for this spinner, we already created that. It is this component. Now there will be another state and we'll be using this a bit later, and that's going to be sort type, set sort type. Let's say the initial value will be recent. So this will either be recent, will be stars, or it'll be forks. And when we click to these buttons, it is gonna change that state, and depending on the state, it is gonna both render, it's gonna sort the repos, and it is gonna add this blue border depending on the state. And again, later, more about this later in the course. Now, what we'd like to add more is that when we have, so we'd like to just immediately fetch the data actually. And for this, let's say use effect and initialize it. And we'll be using this on mount. So this will run only once whenever the component mounts. And here we could call a function, let's say get user profile and repos. You could come up with a better name for this function, but I think that's okay. So this one is also pretty readable. Now let's create that function. So you might think that we would just create it inside this use effect, but just to make it reusable, I will create this outside of the use effect and we'll be using this more than once. So I will create this function that's going to be async, and we could have the try catch. And for the catch, we would like to show a toast error. So whatever you see here, now this is the success state, but if there is an error, we would like to show that error inside this toast. And let's see how we could use it. And if you remember, we installed the package at the beginning of the video. So it was React Hot Toast, right? If we just search for this on the Google, so let's visit the documentation. Let's say, okay, they say install it. We already installed that, and they just say make sure it is placed at the top. So we could just put this anywhere in our application. I mean, not anywhere, but that should be at the top of the component tree. So I would like to just add it under the app.jsx. So after the routes, I'll just put toaster and just import it from, let's see, so import toaster from React Hot Toast, and now we're able to use it. So we'll go inside the catch, we'll just say toast, and again it is coming from our package. We could put it at the top, so React at the top, React Hot Toast, import at the top, and then we have the components. Now if you want to get an error toast, we would say toast.error, or if you want to get a success, that's how we would do it. And I think there is also info. No, there isn't. Maybe warning. Okay, you could just take a look at the docs. So like success, promise, and like emoji. You could really customize this however you want to. So you could change the direction or the position, and yeah, that's gonna be it. Now we could close that and say that we'll have a toast.error. Here we'll just say show the error.message. And in the try, we will just try to fetch the profile info as well as the repos. Now in the try, I'll just say const user response, and we'll say await fetch, and we would like to hit this endpoint, and I'll just put my name here. You could put your username into here. So I would like to say const user profile, and we'll just use the JSON method to extract the body, and then we could say set user profile to this response. And once we fetch this, now we would like to fetch the repos as well. So I'll say const repo res and then await. Now here, if you remember, we are gonna get a value. So if we only fetch this, so that's what we have fetched, it is gonna give us this repos underscore URL. And now this is the URL that would like to send a fetch request. So we'll say await fetch, and then we will just say user profile dot repos underscore URL. And again, that's gonna give us the repos. So previously we got the user profile, now we would like to get the repos, and we'll say repo.res.json. And then we could say set repos to be this repos, and now the loading will be false, but we forgot to make it true. So let's say set loading is going to be true, and here we'll just say set loading will be false, and in the finally we could just say it is going to be false as well. And we could delete this actually now. So before we try to fetch that, we'll have a loading state, and either that was successfully completed or there were some problems. We will, no matter what, finally we'll just say set loading should be false, so that we remove that spinner from our screen. And now we can go ahead and call this function, but I think that will be, this would give us some infinite loop errors if we add some something into the dependency array. So let's just actually do it. If I say const user, and for now let's just say this is true, and if we add this, okay, it doesn't warn us for some reason, but we should definitely wrap this with a use callback. and we don't really want this to cause an infinite loop. And I will cut this. I'll just say use callback, and I'll paste my function, and as the second argument I'll just put this as a so the empty array, and now it's gonna say pass this into here. So I'll just pass this function name here, and okay, now we're not gonna have infinite loop errors. And let's actually console log the user profile. So I'll just say user profile and then the repos. And let's see in the browser. So this is our application. And here we can see we have the user profile. This is my profile. And then we have the repos. And so far it just returns us 10 repos. And it's because I think I only have 10 repos that are public. And yeah, these are all the repos that I have. And here it says public repos count is 10. Now let's get all these values and just render them. So here I'll go into the profile info, and I'll just pass this user profile as a prop into it. So I'll say user profile will be whatever we fetch from the GitHub. Now I will save this, and here I will get this as a prop. Now here we had the hard-coded data. We could delete this, or I'll just comment this out in case you would like to see that. And let's save. And here basically we are just rendering everything that we have under this object. Now we are getting a prop types error from ESLint, and we could ignore this by going here, and I'll just say prop types will be off. And if we do it like this, now we don't have any errors. And let's see, and here we can see now this data has been updated. Now every information that you see here is correct other than the member since date, and it is because we are hard coding that. Let's go and find it. Okay, so we're gonna get this from the user profile, and let's take a look at in the console. How are we getting that? So user profile, it is the created at, I believe, right? Okay, we're gonna take this and somehow make it look like this. So from this to this format. And for this, we could use a function that I'll provide you. So under the source, we could have a folder, let's call utils, and we could create a file, let's say functions.js, and I'll just copy and paste that function. So here I'll just paste that. This is gonna format the member since date. And then there is another function. I could copy and paste that, and we'll be using this later as well. And this will be the format date. For now, just ignore this, and once we use it, I think we'll see that. So this is the function that we'd like to use now, and let's go here and just use it. So I'll just say const formatted date, or let's just say member since, and I'll say the function that we had. So it was the member since, right? Or format. Okay, what was the name? I forgot. Okay, format member since. Okay, I'll just import this, and then we'll say user profile dot created at. So we'd like to use it now. We're gonna go under the member since. So we formatted that, and we'll just say member since date. If we save, now it is gonna be working as expected. This is the correct date. And now let's try to render the repos. Again, we'll go under the home page. So also we could show some spinner. So let's go here, and I'll just say while it is loading, we would like to just render our spinner component. And we need to import this. It doesn't give us for some reason. Let's get it. So spinner under the components folder, and then just get that. Now let's save, and for a second we're gonna see that spinner. Okay, we have an error. Let's see. Okay, we're getting like cannot cannot read properties of null, and it is because while this is null, we are trying to still render this. and it is going to see that like this is null. Where is it? So okay, it's gonna just see something is null and you're still trying to render the property on that. Okay, it is this one. And if we had the question mark, it is not gonna crash, I believe, right? And here we have that loading state for a second. And we're gonna go here and we will just fix it a little bit. Now, instead of just returning this immediately, I will just cut this and I'll say if there is user profile and if it is not loading, then we would like to render this part. And we'll also say, I'll just delete this now. I'll say if repos.length is greater than 0, so it is not empty array. And then if it is not loading, and then we would like to render the repos. And I'll just pass the repos as a prop. So now let's go into the repos and render that data that we grab. So I will click to this, and here we're rendering them as like hard-coded, and we want to change it now. So I'll delete all of them, and we'll just say we would like to get the repos as a prop, right? Because we passed it. So let's say repos.map. This is going to give us each repo, and we would like to render a repo component for it. So I'll say repo key will be repo.id, and we'll just pass the repo as it is. And below this, we could say something like if repos.length is 0, so if it is an empty array, then we could say something like no repos found. And I will actually copy it and paste that, and that could be a p tag. Okay, so this is just a fallback in case this user doesn't have any repos. And now we'd like to go under the repo component, which we are grabbing the repo as a prop. Now, instead of having these hard-coded values, we would like to just render the actual value. So let's do it one by one. First, instead of this hard-coded link, we will put the repo URL. So I'll say, oops, so let's remove this curly braces. That was extra, but we could say something like repo.html_URL. That is gonna take us to the link, and we'll just add the repo.name. And if you want to see how I am getting these values, just console log the repo. And I think we already did that. So here repos, each repo will have those values. So like HTML URL, and we have the repo. Let's see where that is. I mean, we had the name. So M and name. Okay, this is the repo name. And we have the language. So all the information that we're actually grabbing from this object. So now let's move on. We got the name, and let's get the star counts. So we'll say repo.stargazers_count, and we would like to get the forks count. So here I'll just auto accept that from Copilot. So here we would like to update the release date as well. So I will just cut this, and here we have created a function under the functions, right? It was this format date. It takes the input date string and it converts it to something like this value that you could see here. So like it is going to take the month and then the day. It is going to add this suffix at the end and then the year. So this is the function that we're using. I just grabbed this from the ChatGPT, so you don't really need to write this by yourself. Okay, so we'll go under here. We could delete this console log, and I'll just say const formatted date, and I will just call format date function from our utils folder, and I'll just say repo.created@. Now I'll just grab that and put it here now. Let's save. Hopefully it's gonna work fine. Here we can see the date has been updated in this format. Now we'd like to update the description as well as the image. Now we'll go here and let's delete this hard-coded description. And now some repos will have the description, and for them we will show it, but some of them will not have. So we will just show that, so no description provided. So we say repo.description, if it is available, show it as it is, but if it is empty, then just show that no description provided. Let's save, and here we can see no description provided for this repo, but this one has this as the description, and same applies for these ones that we can see. Now, some descriptions will be really long, and we don't want this to just fill up the entire screen. And for this, we could slice it by coming to here. We'll just say slice the first 500 characters. And with this now, even if the description is super long, it will only take the first 500 characters. And with that in mind, now we would like to update this image. So this is still hard-coded. And for this, we could, under the utils, add another file. So I'll just say constants.jsx, JS, not JSX. And here I'll just provide a constant. So I copied that. Now I'll just paste that, and you can get that from the repo under this file. So basically we say that if the key is TypeScript, then render this TypeScript.svg that is under the public folder. And it applies for these others languages that you can see here. And these keys needs to match whatever GitHub API returns. So I believe these are the values. So I tested out and they are working fine. So we'll be using them as it is. So don't go and don't change anything here. So let's save this file, and we're exporting that. So we'll go under the, let's go under the repo.jsx, and I will cut this, and I will say something like the programming languages, and we'll say if this repo.language. So we'll pass the key. Okay, so let's say it is JavaScript, then this will return us this value. And we'll say if this language is under this object, then run this part and render it. But if it is undefined, then just return null. Okay, so under this part, we'll just paste that image we had, and we will say we would like to get the source as that value. So I'll say the programming languages repo, that should be repo.language. So now if the language of this repo, if it is JavaScript, then this will evaluate to, let's see, the /javascript.svg. And this is how objects work. I think we all understand this part. And if this is undefined, then we will just return nothing. And let's save, and hopefully that is going to be fixed. Here we can see these are the repos with JavaScript, and these are the ones with TypeScript. Now let's say I had a repo here that is written with the language of Pascal. Okay, so this will hit here. So repo.language will be Pascal, and it will not be able to find this under our constants, right? So this will evaluate to undefined, and that's why we will return nothing, right? Because we don't have that image. So I'll Control Z, and I hope it is really clear what we are trying to do. And if you wonder how I got those SVGs that they're looking pretty fine, it is, I think, the website called Icons 8. Let's visit. Is it this one? Okay, so here basically you would search something like Java or the whatever the programming language is. So let's wait to load that. And now here we can see we have a lot of different results. And let's say I want to get this logo or the SVG. I will say download it. And here I'll just select the SVG, and whatever the size you would like to get, you would download that. And there are some of them are not free, and at that point you need to pay. But most of them are free, and that's what I have grabbed, and all of them were free. Okay, so we'll go here, and I think we have completed this file as well. And I think we're missing one last thing, that is gonna be when we click to this clone button or this badge, we would like to see this toast. So let's implement that, and it is gonna be this span, I think, where it says clone. So I'll go here and I'll just add an on-click listener. So we will call a function call handle clone click. and I'll just pass the repo, and then let's create this function. So this function is going to be asynchronous. It's because we'll be using navigator. So I'll just say await navigator.clipboard.write text and repo.clone URL. And this will take a bit time, but it is pretty fast. So it is going to be just like number of milliseconds. And once it has been completed, I'll just say toast.success and repo cloned to clipboard, or we could say repo URL, and we need to import the toast. Now, just in case you would like to show some errors, I'll just say try catch, and we'll just paste that part into the try, and in the catch we'll just say toast.error, and we'll just say failed to clone repo to clipboard. We'll just say clipboard write failed. Okay, so Copilot helps us here. I could save and let's test it out. If we go here, I could basically just copy that, and it says it has been copied. Let's paste it, and here we can see it is working, and it takes us to the GitHub repo. And if you just paste that into your terminal, you would be able to clone this repo as well. Now let's try to add this search functionality, and I don't know why this is looking a bit small. Let's take a look at the search.jsx, and so let's delete this part. Now hopefully, okay, it is going to be looking a bit wider, just like we have here. And now let's try to add this functionality, and for this we'll go into the search. Let's say on submit. So on submit, we would like to call a function, and I think we'll get that as a prop. Now for this, let's handle the homepage first, and then we will add that functionality to the search.jsx. So here we'd like to have a function. I'll just call it as const on search, and then that's going to be an async function. Let's say async arrow function, and that's going to take the event because this is going to be a form submission, and then that's going to take the username. We will pass it once we call this function. So we'll just say event.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page. We will just reset our states. So let's say set loading will be true, set repos will be empty, and then we'll just say set user profile will be null because we are trying to fetch a new user profile. And then we will call this function that we had, so get user profile and repos. So let's go here, we'll just say await, call it, and we will pass a username that we're getting as a prop, right? So let's pass this. This will accept a query. So username, by default, if this is empty, I could put my name, or you could put your name at this point. So this will be your username. And here I'll just say that instead of this hard-coded value, so instead of this value now, I'll just say render this username. So if you pass something like, when you call this function, if you pass something like Jando, this will be Jando, but if you don't put anything, just like here, this will get this default value, which is my name. And at this point, that would be your name. Okay, I think that's clear. Now here, we would like to get those values. So what it returns us is user profile as well as repos. So let's try to return them from here. So I'll just say return the user profile as well as the repos. And I'll just keep this console logs just in case we need them. Okay, we could save now. So we have an error. Let's see. Okay, here we got a prettier error. It's because we need to get them. So user profile as well as the repos. So whatever the value we get, we would like to set our state with. So set user profile and set repos. Now set loading will be false. Okay, so if we save now, we would like to send this to the search component. So on search, and that's going to be on search function. And remember, it was taking the username as well as the event. So this is the default argument. Now we'll go under the search. That's gonna take it on search. And when we submit this form, we will say call the on search with the event which we're getting as a prop. And then we would like to pass the username. And let's grab this and put it into a state. So const username, set username, and we will keep track of this when we type into this input. So I'll say value will be username, and then on change, we will just update that state. And here we have some ID. I don't think, okay, we need that actually just to bind this label and this input. So let's save, and I think we could save this file as well. We have, okay, we're not using them, but we'll be using in the incoming sections. Now here, when we click to this, let's say I will search a user, and I think I could search this one. So let's go here. This is the username that we have. This is the test GitHub profile that I have created. Now I'll just add it and search for it. Here we had the loading state and we got this user profile. Now we cannot see the repos. It is because we don't have any repos in this account, but we should be able to see something like no repos. And let's see, under the repos, I said that if repos.length is 0, then show this part. Let's actually try to console log the repos. It looks like it is not empty. So I'll just say repos and render it in the console. Let's see. So repos array is, so maybe we have a typo length. So let's say, maybe I'll just refresh just to get rid of those errors. And if I search for this user, okay, repos are actually empty, but this is coming from the homepage. Okay, so when we search for a user, maybe we forgot to remove the repos. So on search, set repos will be null. And here we're returning some repos. So I don't know why this doesn't work. Let's just debug this live. I don't want to cut this. So repos, whatever we get from here, I'll just say console log the repos, and I'll just put a string repos from on search. And if we just say repos, let's see in the console, I'll refresh and get rid of everything now. I'll search for this user, and repos from on search, it is an empty array, right? And we sent this repos to here, and inside the repos, let's see. So repos, why this doesn't work? It doesn't even render this part. Okay, we say that if repos.length is greater than 0, we don't even run this part, right? So let's say, how should we do this? Let's even delete this part. Okay, the only thing we were missing is this part. So repos.length is now equal to 0, right? We don't have anything, length is 0. And this part runs and it sees that it is false, so it doesn't even run this part. So that's why we cannot see this console log and any of this JSX. So if we delete this part, now it is gonna render this, and since the length is equal to 0, it is gonna return this part and not this part. So with that in mind, now we could remove all these console logs from here, and yeah, now let's see. I'll search for this user, and here we can see it says no repos found. So I think that was a nice debugging session that we just have for a couple of minutes. And now the other thing that we'd like to add will be this sort repos component. And we only want to show this, so I'll cut that. We'll just say if we have the repos.length, if it is greater than 0, then we'd like to actually show this component. And I will pass this, not this set sort type, but rather the sort type itself. So we'll get this state so that we could change the border color to that blue. And here, when we click to any of those buttons, we will call a function called onSort. So let's say onSort, and we'll just initialize that function here. So const onSort, and that's gonna take the type. Now let's say this will be actually the sort type, and here it can either be recent, it can be stars, or it can be forks. So depending on that, we'll just have 3 if checks. So I'll just say if sort type is equal to recent, then we will sort that depending on the created at date. So I'll say repos dot sort, we will get the A and B. So these are the repos, and that's how you would do a basic sort in JavaScript. So I'll accept that. So basically now we sort that depending on the created at field, and this will be in the descending order. So it means the latest one will be at the top. So recent will be first, and then we'll just have an else if check. We'll just say if the sort type is equal to, let's say, stars, not start, but stars, and we will sort that depending on the stargazers count. Here we can see again descending, the most stars will be at the top, and else, or again we could still add else if, which will be the forks. So else if the sort type is equal to the forks, and we'll just do the exact same thing. So just grab this, and lastly we'll just say the set sort type will be this sort type, and then set repos will be, okay, let's accept that. We'll just take the repos. So here, since repos are type of reference, we just spread them and put it into this new array, and that's going to be our new state. So we could save this file now, and we're gonna send this. So we already sent it actually. We have the onSort function and then the sort type. Now we'll go into the sort repos and just get them. So we had the onSort function and then the sort type. And now whenever we click to any of those buttons, we will be actually calling this onSort function. And here let's go and try to add it one by one. So on click to this function, we would like to call the onSort, and since this is the recent, we will just pass that as the recent and close this off. And then here we'll just say for this button, we will do the same thing. I'll copy this. So on click, we will say call the function with stars, and here we'll do the same thing with forks. Now, okay, that should be like this, and we'll be using this sort type as well. But first, let's just test it out. Now, if I say most recent, it is gonna update it, and here we can see it is going in the descending order depending on the date. And if I say most stars, it is gonna update it depending on that, and it is just gonna work fine. And if we say most forks, it will still be working fine. And now depending on this sort type, we would like to add that blue border. So what we can do at this point, we have the backticks. Let's just give a bit space. We will say $, and this curly braces. If this sort type is equal to recent, then we could just say background, not the background, but let's just say it is gonna have this border gray, border blue of 500. And if this is not the case, that could be an empty string. So we're not gonna give this class name. Let's save it and test it out. If I click to this, now I have this highlighted border, and we could do the same thing for the other ones. So I'll go for this button, and I'll maybe just copy this line and just change it. So if the sort type is equal to the stars, then make this border to blue 500. Otherwise, don't give any border style or color. And then, oops, so okay, here we'll just go and add it. We'll just say if it is equal to forks. Now this component could be written in a better way, where we just map the buttons, and you could have like a buttons array. So maybe something like this, buttons, and that's going to be array of object, where you would have the label for the button and then the value. And I don't want to make it a bit more complicated because I know there are complete beginners also watching this. So I'll just keep this as friendly as possible, and you could just update this and make it optimized. So with that, now let's test it out. If I click to this, now it is both updating the UI and it is updating this, so to say, the buttons as well with the borders. Okay, so you know what? Actually, I'll just go ahead and optimize this for those of you guys that actually want to see that. So as I said, we would have that buttons array. So I already went ahead and created this one. So we have the type for the button. So this is the recent, this is the stars, and this is the forks. That's why we have added them. And we have the text, which is this kind of label. So most recent, most stars, and most forks. Now, instead of all these, let's say, how many lines do we have? So it is 26 lines, and let's see how far we could just make this. So we could just decrement this. So I'll just say now buttons.map. For each button, we will render some JSX, and I think I wish we could add some of those buttons, but let me just copy that actually. So this is the exact same button that we had previously. So we have the on click that is gonna call the button.type. So it is either gonna be recent, stars, or forks. So we have the class name that says if the button type is equal to the sort type. So let's say the button type of the first one is recent, and if it is equal to the sort type, then we will add the border blue, and same will apply to other ones. So if it is stars and if the sort type is also stars, we will add this border blue 500, and we don't even need this class. So let's save, and we got from 26 lines to, let's see, only 10 lines, and this is kind of a lot more cleaner, I think, and we could save it. And for those of you that thinks this is complicated, you could use the previous version. So let's test it out if it is gonna work as expected, and yes, it is working. Now most stars, yes, most recent, and most forked one. Now we had another styling issue. So if we go ahead and if we scroll, now this is sticky, but this is going on top of it, and we don't really want to have this sticky at this breakpoint. We could go under the profile info, I believe. So instead of medium, if we say this is going to be larger screens and above, it is going to be sticky. It is going to work fine now. Here we can see it is not sticky because this is not the larger breakpoint. But if we get to the larger breakpoint, here we can see it is sticky and it is working as expected. And now what should we add next? I think we could add the explore page, and here I just need to mention something. So here we're using the Github API. Let's just close everything for now in the home page. So here we're using the Github API. Using it like this is fine, but now you have only 60 requests per hour. So sorry for my voice. We have 60 requests per hour, and it is because this is how GitHub wants to implement this, and it gives you the option if you want to increment this in the free plan. You could make it 5,000 requests per hour for authenticated requests. So here, if we just send a couple of more requests for this page, if we just refresh this 60 times, we're gonna get a rate limit. And as I mentioned, now here I'll just give you a link. So here I'll just paste it in case you want to read the docs. Let's paste that and see how it looks like. So we have 60 requests per hour for unauthenticated users or requests, but if it is authenticated, and we'll see how we can make it, we got 5,000 requests per hour, and this is still in the free plan. But if you want to get like to this 15,000, I think you need to pay to GitHub, but we don't really need that much. This is a side project, so 5,000 is gonna be okay. Let's see how we can create one. We'll go into the settings, and we would like to go under the developer settings. Now let me just zoom in a bit. So we would like to create a personal access token, and this is the beta. I think from here on out we'll be using this one, but this is still valid, and I think this will always be valid. Let's select this one, generate a new token. We'll like to go with the classic one. I need to put my password. So here, once you add the password, you're gonna get to this page. So I'll just say GitHub app YouTube, and the expiration that you could choose it. So I'll just go with no expiration, and I'll just delete that after the video so you cannot be able to use mine. And I'll just say repo for the scope. And if we generate the token, here we can see we have the token. I will copy it. Now we would like to use it, and here is how we can do. We will have this as an option. Oops. So here I'll just say headers, and okay, so we'll have the authorization, and that will be the token, and we'll just paste the value. Now you don't really want to keep this value like this. You need to add it into .env file, and even if you add that, it is still not secure because we are in the front end. And let me show you what I mean. So I will copy this part or cut it, and under the front end I will create a .env file. So .env, and I'll just say vit. We need to prefix it with vit underscore, and I'll say Github API key, and then just paste the value. So if you cannot get this formatting, there is this extension called .env. So it is gonna be this one. Just install that. So this is our API key. I will copy that and save this file, and this is how we would use it. So $, and here I'll just say I think it's going to be the import.meta.env. This is how we would use it in a Vite app, and this is our key that we have. Name it. So if we save this now, we are able to use it, but this is not safe. And let me show you. So let's go here, we refresh, it is still working fine. If we go under the, let's put it like this. If we go into the source, I'll just zoom out a bit, and then inside the Vite, so under the pages, this is the home page that we are using it, right? So pages, we would like to go under the home page, and if you search for token, here we can see we cannot see that, right? And you might think, oh, okay, it is pretty actually safe, we could use it, but this is not the case. This is only in development. Now when we deploy our application, we will actually build it. So let's open up a new terminal. So cd into the front end. So here, what is going to happen if we, let's kill this. If we just say npm run build, and this is what we'll be doing in the deployment part. When you deploy your application, you need to build it so that it has the optimized version of your application. So we built this, now it has been completed. And if we want to see the production ready application, we would type npm run preview, and this is what we have in the package JSON, right? It is this one, npm run preview. And if we run this, now this is going to give us the production ready URL. I will copy that. And now let's paste it. So our application is still working, but hey, we have a problem. Let's go under the source. If we go under the assets, and if we click this JS, and now let's search for token. And here you can see now a user can just come here and see our token, and they will be able to use it. That's why it is not secure at all. And whenever you want to use API keys in your front end, in your client, so just the best way is to not actually use it. You would store them in a server, and that's what we'll be doing in the incoming sections. So what the thing that I just mentioned here is something super important, and beginners have no idea how this could be like something really dangerous. So with that in mind, we can go ahead and add the Explore page, and then later in the course we will store this key in our backend. So I'll go ahead and kill the production ready app, and I will just say npm run dev so that we have it in the development server. Okay, so I will save this file, and maybe we could even delete this. Okay, I'll just cut it, delete it from here, and delete the .env because we don't want to use this, at least in the front end for now. So I will put my key here and it is gonna be working fine. Now let's try to go into the Explore page. I'll just close everything for now. Under the source, we had that page. It was the Explore page. So here we'd like to just, whenever we click one of those icons, so let's go here under the Explore page. Whenever we click one of those images, we would like to fetch the related repos. And for this, there is a API or an endpoint. So I'll just put it here. So we'll be using this. And here, if we just say something like language will be JavaScript, and if we say the result we would like to have will be 10, it is going to give us the most start repos for the JavaScript. And here we can see there are 10 different items in this array. And we'll be just grabbing them and just rendering them in our Explore page. So let's try to implement that. Now, whenever we click to these images, let's first add it into this one. On click, so we will just call a function, let's say Explore Repos, and we'd like to just pass the JavaScript as a language. Let's go here and create that function. So const explore, explore repos, it is gonna take the language, and let's have a loading state and the repo state. So loading and import the use state, and then we'd like to get the repos, and we'll have the set repos. Initially, it could be an empty array, and any state do we need? Let's say the selected language, and we'll be using this, and you'll see why. So initially, it could be empty, and here let's go ahead and try to fetch that. So try catch. In the catch, we'll just show a toast.error with the message. In the finally, we'll just say loading will be false, and even before we try, set loading will be true, and we could say set repos will be an empty array. And in the try, we'll just say const res await fetch, and we will basically call this endpoint. So we have the language will not be JavaScript, but whatever the language we're getting as an argument. So I will say language. So either it's gonna be like Python, TypeScript, C++, Java, or JavaScript. And we need to just parse this. And then we'll say set repos, it should be data.items, and it's because it is under this items array. And now here, I think that's gonna be it for this function. Let's save, and under those images, we would like to get our repos component. So we don't need to type it from scratch, we already have it. So under this div, we will just say if repos.length is greater than 0, and we would like to render this part. And we could say something like, I will actually copy it and paste it. So I'll say selected language and just uppercase it. We'll just say repositories. So it is gonna look like, okay, I think we'll just see that in a second, but it's gonna look like JavaScript repositories or TypeScript repositories. And then below this, we'll just say if it is loading, then let's just show a spinner. And this is the component that we already have. So it doesn't auto import. Okay, it is coming from the components. So is it the correct path? Yes, it is. And then lastly, we'll just say if it is not loading, so let's just put it at the top. If it is not loading and if repos.length is greater than 0, then we would like to render the repos component. Or actually, we could even delete this part, or otherwise it is not going to work as expected. Okay, so repos, and we'd like to pass the repos as a prop. And if you remember, it was accepting that and just returning this part. Now let's save and save this one and let's test it out. Now it says no repos found, but if we just, okay, we need to add this part. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll just say if repos.length is greater than 0, then render it. Now we don't see that, but if we click to one of those, we're gonna have the loading state for a second, and then here we can see we got the repos as expected. But here we don't see anything. It is because now this is empty. When we click one of those, we'll just say set selected language to be the language. And for now, only this one is working. Let's add this to all of the other images. So when we click to this, we would like to call the TypeScript. And when we click to this, we would like to call the C++. Same thing goes for this one. We would like to get the Python. I'll just save to have formatting. And then this will be the Java. Now, hopefully everything is gonna work as expected. And I'll just quickly reiterate what we did. Let's first test it out. So let's refresh. Here, if I click to this, we have the loading state and it says JavaScript repositories, and we have 10 most common repos. It is going from the most start to the very least, and this is the first 10 result. So we had the same thing for TypeScript, and here we can see the TypeScript logo and the description, the release date. So it is here, and we can even copy the, so like the clone URL, and everything is just working fine and as expected. But now we would like to just make it, this repo will just take the full width, and we can make this with a prop. And before we do that, let me just quickly reiterate what we did here. So we had a couple of more images, right? Whenever we click one of them, we call this function with the related argument. So if we are clicking to the Python image, we'll just say, give us the Python repositories with this endpoint. And whatever we get, we will update it in our state, and we'll say the selected language, will it be this language? At this point, it is Python, let's say. And then if we have any errors, we will show that in a toast. And finally, the loading state will be updated. And here what we say, whatever the selected language, uppercase it, give it to this blue color, and just say the repositories for that. If we have loading state, just show the spinner, but else show the repos. Now, if I click to Python, it is going to have the loading state. We have the selected language state with the repositories text next to each other, and then we have the repos component. Now we would like to make this repo to be full width in this when we are in the Explore page. So for this, we can add another prop. So I'll just say always full width, and we are going to copy that and just get it as a prop. Now, in the default case, that's going to be false. If we don't pass this, it is not going to be full width. And depending on that, we'll just change the class name. So I'll just say class name will be, if it is always full width, then just make it width full. But if it is false, then larger screens and above, it is going to be 2/3, but the smaller screens is going to be width of full. And we're going to delete this part and just change it with this class name. So we need to add it like this, but this is a string. Let's make it backticks. So 2 backticks, one for here, and the other one will be here. So if I can close that curly braces. Okay, just like this. Now delete this console log and save this one as well. It is gonna work as expected. Since we sent this as a prop under the Explore page, it is gonna see, oh, okay, this is true, so I better just make this width full on all screens. And now it is working just like this. And even if we change it, so everything is gonna be fine. And I think I don't need to even mention this, but this is completely responsive. And if you don't like the way this looks, you could of course customize it and make it the way that you'd like to have it. And I believe this is gonna be it for this part where we just built the explore page, we built the home page, and so we have an error I just realized. So this is not working properly. So it looks like as if this one is selected, but this is not the case. Let's fix it. And even before that, we would like to make this to be authenticated request. So I'll put a comma and then object. So I'll just say headers. We would like to have the authorization. So you could capitalize this or not capitalize this. That's fine. And we'll just say the token. And the token that we had will be this one. I wish we didn't delete that .env file so that we could use it. And that's okay, we could create that now in a second. So we'll save this, and we're just adding this so that we have 5,000 requests per hour, because now we are authenticated with this token. And let's save, and I would like to remove that error that we have, right? It is going to be this one. When we first fetch it, we would like this to be in the recent one, and it has been sorted. Okay, it has been sorted. Let's go into the home page. When we fetch the repos, let's say repos.sort, and we will make it the recent will be first. And by default, I don't know why this is forks, but let's just make it recent. And yeah, now when we refresh, by default, this one has been selected and it has been sorted in the correct order, right? It is going like in the descending order. And if we search for a user, okay, let's just actually search for this one because this has the repos. Okay, it is still the most recent will be at the top. If we have the most stars, and if we search it, it has the most stars at the top, but it doesn't look like if it is working. So when we search for a user, so on search, we would like to just make the set. So at the end, we'll just say set sort type will be recent. And if we save this now, it is gonna be working fine. Now I'll just search for this user, and here it has been updated. Now that's gonna be it for this section. Let's try to commit this, and before that we need to remove these tokens so that we don't have them in our commit history, and someone will be able to just see that in our commit history if they take a look at that. So let's create a .env file, or maybe we could delete this and commit this, but in case some of you want to see the .env solution, let's just say .env, and we'll just say beat Github API key, and then just pass the key. Let's save, and here we will cut that, and instead we will just say something like that we did previously. So import .meta.env, and then this key name, we'll just paste it, and I will copy this and do the same thing for this one. And now we don't want this .env to be in our GitHub, so we'd like to ignore this. Let's go into this file, and we'll just say, maybe here we'll just add the .env, and now it has been ignored, and users will not be able to see that in our GitHub account. And as I said before, we will make this completely secure in the incoming sections, where we'll just actually make this request from our server. So let's go ahead and add everything to this staging area. And for the commit, we could say something like maybe GitHub API integrated, and we'll just commit this. And that's gonna be it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so now we would like to set up our backend, and there are a couple of different reasons. The first one is we would like to implement the authentication, and this is the place where it'll be. And the other reason is we would like to keep our environment variables in a secure way. So even though now they are in the .env file, which is ignored by Git, this is still not secure. We will be able to see that in the DevTools, and actually I have shown that in the previous sections. And this is the other reason, where we'll just store them in the server or the backend, and we will just send requests from there, and we will fetch the data in our client. So these are the main reasons why we're using this backend. So let's initialize it. I will open up a new terminal. So this is the one that we have for the client, but let's create another one, and we'll be in the root, not inside the backend. So we'll say npm init-y. This will give us a package.json file. And here, let's say the main file will be server.js, which we'll create under the backend. So let's say server.js. And we need to install a couple of different packages, again under the root. So we'll say npm install. Let's first clear out our console so that it is here and readable. So npm install express. We would like to install course, we'll be using it, and we'll be using mongoose for our database interactions. And I think we'll be using .env for the .env files for the environment variables. And later we'll add the passport, but now I don't want to install that. For now, let's keep it simple and install these packages. So they'll be installed and they'll be put under the package.json. And it is going to create node modules folder under the root, but it is not going to be ignored by Git. Here we can see there are more than 1000 changes, and we would like to fix it. So here, this is not being ignored by Git. Here we could take this git ignore file from the front end, and I'll just drag and drop it to the root. So I'll just move it. Now we have only 5 changes, which are the server.js file that we have created, the gitignore, the package log.json, and package.json. Now this makes 4, but let's see what is the other one. It is the gitignore. It looks like we have deleted this gitignore from the front end, and it just recognized this as a new change. So what we'll do, and let's create a script that will be able to run our server.js file. So I'll say dev, and that's going to be nodemon server.js, and we need to install this package. Let's say npm install nodemon -- save dev, so that it is a dev dependency. And here we can't really write it like this. It is because we are in the root. This is the place we'll be running this command. So we need to go into the backend folder first. So backend / server.js, and we could save. Now here it says the okay, so we made a mistake. Let's take this back. So server.js. So the reason that while it was installing this package, we tried to update this file. So I'll just close this and I'll say don't save. Now here we can see we have the dev dependency and we have this script, but it hasn't been updated. So that was something to keep in mind. While you're installing some package, don't even try to update this. Just wait, it'll be installed, it'll be completed, then try to update this file. So here I'll just say, so it was the dev, right? And we'll just say nodemon, nodemon, we'll go into the backend folder first, and we'll call this server.js file. And now let's implement that file. So here I don't want to use the require syntax, so I'll just not say express require express, but rather I would like to use import syntax. And for this, we'll make this to be type of module. So type will be module, and by default it is common.js. Here we can see. And now with that, we are able to use this syntax. Let's import an express app. So const app express, and we'll say app.listen, and we could put 5000 here, and then we'll just say server started on this URL, and let's save. And maybe we could add a route app.get. In the root route, we'll just say maybe server is ready, and we'll be able to save this. And now let's say npm run dev, and this will be in the root as well. So let's press enter. So now nodemon has started our server, and it says server started on this port. Here we can see. Let's visit the root route. So we'll say localhost, and we'll just put our port. Now it says server is ready, and with this now we have a server setup. And now we would like to add the route so that we could fetch users like user profiles and their repos. Now we could say app.get and just say /API/users, and then we will get the request and response. So here we could write all of our logic, but instead we would like to keep this file as clean as possible. So we will instead use a middleware. So I'll just say app.use when we visit, not arguments, so app.use when we visit /API/users, call this user routes, and we will create this now. So under the backend, we'd like to have the routes folder where I'll just say user.route.js, and here I'll just say import express from express, and then we would like to create a router. So const router express.router, and this R should be capitalized. So here let's go and just export default this router. So here we'll be able to now say router.get, and we could say maybe it was /API/users. If we just say /profile, here it is gonna say that, let's say res.send user profile is ready. And now we would like to just import this one. It doesn't give us for some reason. Let's import it manually. So import user routes from routes folder and just get the user route.js, and you need to add this extension at the end. Now let's save, and we'll visit /API/users/profile. Now if I press enter, now it is gonna send us this response where it says user profile is ready. And now we can actually start with this route. So let's go here and we will say that profile, but we don't know which user is this. We are gonna get their profile. So we need to add an argument. So I'll say colon username. So we will fetch the user depending on their username. And here we could put the logic here, but we could make this again a bit cleaner. That's why I'll just create the controllers, and these are going to be the functions that we'd like to call for this user route. And we're going to have actually, I think, a couple of different controllers. So here let's create one. I'll say user.controller.js. So this extension is just something that I want to add so that it is known that this is a controller file when we take a look at it here. So it is just convention. You don't really need to put this controller. So it could be something like user.js, and it would work fine as well. So we'll just say user controller.js. Now here we'd like to create that function under that file and just import it to here. So I will say export const get user profile and repos. This will be an async function. It'll take the request and response, and let's get that function to here now. So get user profile and repos. We would like to add the JS at the end. So this is the extension that we need to add. And here when we pass the username, we are gonna fetch that profile from the Github API, just like what we have done in the homepage. So it is gonna be actually this function, but we will make this in the backend so that this token is safe. I think I could copy all these so up until here and just paste it into this function. Now we have, let's first cut this and wrap this under a try catch. In the catch we'll say res.status of 500, and we'll just say JSON, where we'll just send the error message inside this error key. And in the try, let's paste this, and I think we could delete this now. And here I'll just say, so we have the user response where we will get it from the username. But how are we gonna get this username that was inside our URL? We could get it by using request.params. So request.params this will be an object, and we'll just destructure the username. So if you call this as, let's say, UID, then this would be UID, but here we called it as username, and this is the username we're passing to the API, and here we are going to create this API key. So this will be the name, and we could delete the rest of it. We will say process.env.github API key. Now let's try to create it in the root. I'll say .env, and then this will be GitHub API key. We will grab that from this file and then pass it into the one inside the root. Now we would like to use this .env variables, but by default we can't really use it, and I think we installed a package called .env. Now we need to set it up. So here I'll say import .env from .env, and we will go here and we need to call this config function. So .env.config. Now this will allow us to get this environment variables under this process.env, and this is the GitHub API key. Here we just have it. I will close this file, and now with this we are able to get the user profile. So we don't have the state. Let's delete this, and here we will fetch the repos once we fetch the user profile. And here we could say res.status of 200, and we'll say JSON, where we'll just return the user profile and repos inside an object. And I think this is gonna be the function. And here I think we also forgot to add the headers, so we'll like to make this an authenticated request as well. So I will copy that and paste it. So here we say the authorization token will be this token that we have in our env file. And let's actually save this and try to send a request to see if this is gonna work or not. So in our client, in our browser, we'll say user profile, and I'll just put my username. And if we visit this, here we can see this is the output that we get. So under the repos, we have the repos, and under the user profile, we have the user profile, just like we have sent here. And I think that's gonna be it for this route. Now later in the course, once we add the authentication, we will have two different routes. So here I'll just put a comment and I'll say to do. Here we'll just add the likes. So let me just put an arrow. So we will add the likes route. So we will fetch which users liked our profile, and then we will add another route that this will be where we could actually like a profile. Okay, so this will be get likes. So who liked our profile? This will be that route, and then we will say like a profile, and this will be a post request where we'll like the profile of a user. Now with that in mind, we could add another route that will be the explore page. But even before we add that, let's try to call this route inside our client so that we don't really need this .env in our front end. Now I will close everything so that it doesn't look any complicated. We will go into the front end here inside the source in the home page. So instead of calling this with this token, we will not send a request to the GitHub API, but we will send a request to our backend or our server. Now here I will delete all these now, and I'll just say const res, and now I'll just say fetch, and we need to say await. Now fetch our endpoint, and it is gonna be, let's just put backticks, where I'll just say it was HTTP localhost 5000 and /API/users/profile, and then we will pass the username that we have. This will return us here we can see in the browser, the user profile and then the repos. So we could just get it like this. So repos and the user profile. And of course, first we need to get this as a response, and then we need to just get the data. So here we'll just say await res.json, and this will give us the body, which was the repos and then the user profile. Now this should be working as expected. And I think we could delete this comment from here and then just put it into the server. Inside the controller, I'll just put it here in case you want to have it as a comment. Okay, so now let's try to see if this is gonna work or not. And I think it is not gonna work at first. So here, if you open up the console, we're gonna get a course error. And the reason is we have two different domains, right? It is at this port and it is at this port. So it says this is not allowed. And for this, did we install the course package? Yes, we did. So let's try to just add it in our server. So here, before we initialize any route, we could say app.use course, but let's import it first. So import course from the course package. And if we say app.use course, now this will fix that error. And let's refresh. So here we can see it is working, but we cannot get the user profile for some reason. Let's try to console log it. So I'll say console log the user profile, and maybe we could say something like user profile, and that should be like this. Let's see in the console. Okay, this is the user profile we have. Let's refresh. It is actually giving us the value, but we cannot render it. So I think we accidentally delete this set user profile. I might be deleting that accidentally. I don't know when, but let's save. And if we refresh now, it is already working. And now there is no way to find that token in the console. So if we build this app and go into this source and take a look at it here, we'll not be able to see that because there is no token in our client. It is in our server that is under that .env file. And here, this is the response we are sending to our API in our backend, and that gives us that response. Now we can do the same thing for our explore page. So I will delete this console log, and so now we would like to add the explore route. So it is gonna be something like API, maybe explore, and then we will just get those. So explore language, I think. Let's just try to add it. Now /API /explore, and we will call the explore routes. And here I will duplicate this one and I will call it as explore routes, and this will be explore routes.js. So I will create that file here, and now let's say import the express from express, and then we'd like to create a router, and then just export default this. Now here we'll just say router.get. I think we're gonna get the language. So first we'll just say /repos, right? We'd like to just explore the repos, and then we will say the language, and this will be dynamic. That's why we put colon, so that it'll be Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, whatever the value is. And here we will create another controller for this. So I'll go here and I'll say explore.controller.js. And here we could create a function called, let's say, export const explore popular repos. And that's going to be an async function where we will take the request and response. So here we'll have a try catch, and we could copy and paste that from our explore page. So it'll be this function actually. So let's copy all this and we will paste it into this controller. And here for the token, we are not going to get it from import meta.env, but this will be process.env. That's how we use it in Node.js when we use the .env package. Now we don't have this with underscore prefix in our env file, right? Here, this is the GitHub underscore API underscore key. So that should match with this one. And we are going to get the language. Let's say const language from request.params. And I think we are able to now return the data.items. So if you want to, you could console log the data, but I think we don't really need this, and we could just test it out in our browser in a second. So we will say res status 200, which is the successful status, and JSON, where we'll just say repos will be data.items. Let's save this one, save this one as well. We need to get this function. So here, when we hit this route, we would like to call this, and we need to add the .js at the end, otherwise it is gonna crash. And we are gonna save this one, and let's visit /API/explore/repos, and let's say JavaScript. So here we'll say API explore repos JavaScript. So for some reason it is hanging and it is not working as expected. Let's see what is the problem. So this was the function where we just say /API/explore, right, explore repos, and then the JavaScript. So we're gonna call this function. It is under the explore controller.js, where we call this API, and let's see inside console if we have any errors. Well, we don't really. Okay, so it is not working actually. Let's refresh again. This is the users, and I'll copy this, open up a new browser, and I'll say API explore the repos / let's say JavaScript. Okay, this is not working. Maybe I am having a typo. So app.use /API/explore /repos/JavaScript. And yeah, this is definitely not working. Let's try to console log this. Let's say console log. Oh, okay, it shows that res is not this one. So this res.status is using this constant, and we could say response for this so that it'll use our actual response that is coming from the argument. So let's say response. Here we'll just say response.json, and in the catch, let's try to send res.status and the error message. Now it is gonna work. And I was thinking that I had an typo, but that wasn't the case. Now here we have the repos for this language. Let's go with Python. And here we can see it is also working. It returns us 10 different items. Now if you want to decrement this or increment that, it is gonna work as expected. Let's refresh. Now here we can see we have only 5 items. I want to keep it as 10. So let's save, and now we'd like to send a request to this endpoint from our client. Let's go into the explore page. So we could close all these, close all, and into the explore page. Instead of all these, I'll just cut that, and I'll say const res. We'll say await fetch, and we could put our, let's say, http localhost /API/explore /repos, and slash, it is gonna be the language. Now we could say plus and language, or you could use backticks, but this is okay. So let's say const data, and this will be res.json, and here this is gonna return us the repos. So we could basically just take the repos and destructure it. So set repos will be the repos. Now let's save, and I will cut this comment and put it again into the controller in case you would like to have it. So here I'll just save now, and let's test it out in our explore page. So I'll go to here, and if I click to JavaScript, it is gonna have that loading state, and it is working as expected. And now we have, again, our token is secure because we are storing it in our backend and not in our client. And now with that, we are able to just delete this .env file inside our front end because we are not using this environment variable at all. It has been moved into the server, right? So I will delete this file. We don't really need it anymore. And So the next thing would be we will add the authentication routes into our server. And even before that, we would like to have a database so that we could store our authenticated users in our database. So when they sign up, we will just take their information and save it so that we could use it later. And for this, we'll be using MongoDB, and let's try to set it up next. So again, I almost forgot to show that. We would like to add a commit. So I'll just go here and I'll say, first, let's just add all of them to this staging area. And we could do something like, so I'll say something like API routes setup, but you could come up with a better commit message, and we'll just commit this now. And now with that, we are ready to set up our database. Okay, so we said that we'll be using MongoDB, and I have created an account, and if you don't have one, you need to create one for free. So after you log in, you will be into this page where you need to first create an organization, and then now we need to create a project. So here I'll just say new project, and I will name this something like GitHub YouTube, or maybe GitHub app-YouTube, and then I'll say next, and here I'll just zoom in a bit. Okay, so it says create this project with this user, which is my account, and I'll say create the project. And then once it is done, it is gonna say create a deployment. So let's create this. And then here it is gonna say, let's go with the free tier. It is pretty generous for side projects, and let's create it. You could change the cluster name, or you could leave it like this. It is not really important. So let's say create. And again, it is gonna take a bit time, or actually it'll just take us to here. Now we need to copy the password. So I'll just copy this and paste it into my VS Code. So just for here for a second. And then what we'd like to do now, we'll say create this user. And then it is gonna add our current IP address. So it already added. And just to be safe, I'll just say add this IP address so that we don't have any problems in the development mode. So this is allow access from anywhere. So let's add this. Okay, it has been added. Let's say finish and close. Now it is going to give us a connection string. So let's say connect. We would like to connect from our application, so from Node.js or any other programming language. So let's click this one. We don't want to install the MongoDB because we'll be using Mongoose package to connect to our database. So I'll copy this string, and then we'll go here and I'll just say something like mongo_URI, and then I'll just paste that. Now we need to replace this with the password that we just have. So I will cut this and replace it with this one. And here for the database name, it comes before the question mark. Let's say I'll say GitHub DB. And now if we save this one, I think there isn't anything we need to do. Let's say close, and let's see the database. Now if we browse the collections, so there isn't any database or any collection at all. In your case, you might have one sample database. It has been, sometimes the MongoDB gives you so that you could just play around with the database and just for testing purposes. In our case, we don't have any. So if you see one database, just ignore that. So let's go and try to connect to our database. So we have the Mongo URI, which is connection string. Now we will create a folder called db, and I'll create a file. So we could say connect db. I just want to be a bit more specific. I'll say connect mongodb.js, and here we need to import the mongoose. I don't know if we have installed that. Okay, we already installed it. So let's say import mongoose from mongoose. Now I'll just say export default async function, and we could give the name, let's say connect mongodb, and then that's gonna have a try catch. And in the catch, we could basically just say console log error connecting to MongoDB and just show the error message. And for the try, we'll say await mongoose.connect method, and we will just use our MongoDB URI. So we'll say process.env dot, and it should be this thing that we have in our env. So we're gonna take this Mongo_URI and just paste it. So after this, once we connect, we could say something like MongoDB connected or connected to MongoDB. So we are gonna go into our server.js, and once we are listening for this app, we could say server started on this port, and then we'll just say connect MongoDB. Now let's test it out. I'll open up my console, and now it has been restarted. So okay, here we can see server started at this port and we are connected to our database. Now in our database, we would like to have a table or a collection. And for this, we create models. Let's go here. We'll just say models, and you'd like to have the user model. So one convention is to make it like this. The file naming will be user.js, or what I'd like to do is user.model.js. And here we'll just create the user model. Now let's get the first mongoose. And now this is how we would create a model. First, we would create the schema, and then depending on that schema, we create the model. So let's do it step by step. So we'll have the user schema. We'll say new, excuse me. So we'll say mongoose.schema, and that's gonna take an object. And here, each user will have the username, the full name, profile URL, which is gonna be their profile link that will take us to the profile of that user. And then they're gonna have the avatar URL, which will be the profile picture. And there will be two more fields, and we'll get to that. So first, let's go step by step. We'll have the username, and here we'll just say this will be the type of string, and then this will be required, and then this will be, let's say, required true, and it's gonna be unique. And then we'd like to have the full name. I'll just call it as name, and then we'll just say type of this will be string, and by default this is not going to be required, and by default this is going to be empty. And the reason is, if you go your GitHub account, you could actually delete your username. So let's go to GitHub. Here, if I say view my profile, now I have the full name, right? But if I want to, I could delete that and it is gonna work fine. That's why in our database and in our application, we will not make this name to be required. By default, it is going to be empty string. If the user has it, we will update it. And then we would like to have the profile URL that will be type of string, and that will be required because every user will have a GitHub profile because they will be logging in with their GitHub account. And then we'll have the avatar URL that will be type of string. Let's say type string. And if you want to add so to say like more fields, you would add it to here. But let's move on. We would like to have two more fields, and they're gonna be the liked profiles. So let's say liked profiles, and this is gonna be type of array of strings, and then by default this is gonna be an empty array. So what does that mean? When we like a profile in our application, the username of that user will be put into this array. And when they sign up into our application, by default, liked profiles count will be 0. That's why it is an empty array. And once we implement that, I think this will be a bit more clear. And then we will have one last field, which is going to be the liked by. So let's say liked by. Now this is going to be an array of objects. And what this field is that, so when a user like our profiles, we are going to put their username, avatar URL, and the liked date into this array, and each of them will be an object. Now let's do it step by step. Here, this is going to be an array of objects, and each object will have the username. So let's say username. It is going to be the type of string, and it needs to be required. And then after this username, what we're going to have will be the avatar URL. So we'll just say type will be string, and that's enough. Maybe they won't have any avatar. So lastly, I'll just scroll a bit, and then we'll have the liked date, and that's gonna be type of date, and by default it's gonna be date.now. And that's gonna be it for our user model. And if you want to have the created at and updated at fields inside this schema, this takes another object as an argument. So this is the second argument, and we'll just say timestamps will be true so that we could have that created at and updated at fields in our database. So once we create the schema, now we'd like to create the model based on this schema. So we'll say const user, and we'll say mongoose.model. We are going to say we'll like to have the user model, and we'll say depending on this user's schema. And then we'll say export default this user so that we'll be able to use it in our application. Let's save this file, and that's going to be it for our user model. So now that we have the user model, let's just try to implement, or we would like to just set up our authentication routes. So below the users, I will create another one, and I'll say API/auth, and I would like to get auth routes. And here I'll copy this and then duplicate this one. I'll say this will be the name and this will be the file name. So I will copy the file name and just create it under the routes. So inside this file, again, we need to just import the express, create a router, and then just export defaulted. So we already imported that. Now let's try to just set up a bit of routes. I'll save this file, and then this one I'll say router.get, let's say /login. Here we could send res.send you logged in. Let's just test it out. We will go to localhost /API/auth, and let's say /login, and as you can see, it is working fine. Now we would like to implement the authentication, and for this we'll be using Passport.js. So head over to the Google and search for Passport.js and click to the first link, which is passportjs.org. It is an authentication middleware for Node.js, extremely flexible and modular, and can be dropped into any Express-based web application. It has a comprehensive set of strategies such as username and password, Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, Google, and a lot more. And in this course, we'll be using the GitHub. Now let's say view all strategies, and we would like to use the GitHub. Now we would like to use this one, and this is the latest one. Here we can see from the name. So it says npm install passport-github2. We're gonna copy this command and paste it into our terminal. Let's open up a new one. That should be under the root. I will paste it, and I would like to also install the passport because we need that to make it work. So with that, now press enter. It is gonna install these packages for us. So they have been installed. Now at this point, we could jump into the code, write the code, and make this authentication work, but that wouldn't make any sense because we need to understand the behind the scenes. And for this, I have prepared a diagram. So let's take a look at that. So here's a basic diagram where we could just understand what we'll be doing in a couple of minutes in our code. So here, let's just visualize we have a user that wants to log in, or they wants to sign up with their GitHub account. So they will click to this button, and we will take this as a request and send it to this endpoint, which is /auth/GitHub. And we will initialize this in a way that Passport.js will take this user and redirect it to the GitHub authentication page. This user will put their credentials, and once they authorize, and if it was successfully completed, GitHub will take this user and redirect back to our application. And for this, we will set up a callback endpoint, which will determine if this user wants to sign up or if they wants to log in. If they are signing up, we will save the user to database and authenticate it and move on with the next step. And if they are logging in, we'll just authenticate them and move on with the next step. And in the next step, Passport.js will serialize this user object, and it will store it in the session data on the server. Now we have this session, and it is going to also create a cookie and send it back to the client. Now there is a session on the server and cookie on the client. And in this way, our server will be able to identify if a user is authenticated or not. So if this user doesn't have this cookie when they send a request, it is not going to be able to identify this user. So let's say we have different endpoints now. It is going to be something like /users/likes. Now this user sends a request that says, could you please give me the likes that I have? And if this user doesn't have the cookie, server will not return anything, and it's gonna say you are not authenticated and I cannot send it to you. But if this user has been authenticated, that means it has the cookie, and this user will send the cookie with the request, and in our server we will see that cookie and just identify, okay, this user has been authenticated, so we could send them the likes that they have. So this is the general picture that we have. Now there are a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes, but we don't really need to understand every single detail. So this is kind of like a good abstraction that we could understand, and with that in mind, now let's jump into the code and try to implement this. So in server.js, we have added our authentication routes, which were for testing purposes at this point. Now let's try to create them in this way, where we have the auth GitHub and auth GitHub callback. And one thing that I forgot to mention, here they should be actually /API/auth GitHub, and same thing applies to this one. So /API, and this is just a preference where we just prefix them because this is how the rest of our application looks like. In all of our endpoints, we just have this so this prefix, and this is a good practice. And here let's try to add them. Here we'll just have / so what was it? It was GitHub and then GitHub callback. So let's say GitHub, we'll add our function in a couple of minutes, and then we'll have the /GitHub, the callback. Now let's see how we could implement that Passport GitHub authentication. If we visit this link, there is this usage, but here if we scroll, there is a complete example. Let's click to that, and they just put the entire example to this app.js file, but we would like to just keep our code a bit organized. That's why we'll just split it into different files. So let's create one passport folder and then another file inside where I'll just say github.auth.js, and let's see what they do. So first they call these two methods, which is to serialize user and deserialize user into the session and out of the session. So you could read this entire thing, but basically this is for persistent login sessions. I'll copy this 2 lines and then just paste it here, and we need to import the password, which we already installed it. And now here we'd like to add these lines. Let's copy this. Maybe we could even add the comment. So here we need 2 different environment variables, which are the client ID and client secret that are coming from GitHub. Let's go ahead and try to create one. So github.com, we're going to go into our profile, and actually that's going to be settings, not the profile. So developer settings, and we'd like to just register a new application for Auth apps. So here we could give any name. I'll just say GitHub app YouTube, but it is going to say that you cannot start the application with the GitHub. So I'll just say demo app YouTube. So I already tested out previously. Now the homepage URL will be our, so let's say the client. So this is something, just ignore this. Okay, so this is our client endpoint. I'll copy this, which is our front-end homepage. And then we would like to either add the application description or not. This is optional, so I'll just skip. And then authorization callback will be our server API, which is going to be this callback that we talked about. So localhost and our port, then /API/auth/GitHub/callback. Let's register this application. It is going to give us a client ID. Let's copy this. And then in our .env file, let's create one. So I'll say GitHub client ID and paste it. And then we would like to have the GitHub client secret. Let's generate it. It generated this client secret when I clicked that button. You could do the same, and it might ask for the password. And here I'll just paste this. Let's save, and we could close this file. Now here we'd like to get that. So let's say process.env.GitHub client ID, and we'll do the same thing for this one. Now to be able to use this environment variables, we need to get the .env, let's say .env from .env, and then call the config method. Now here we have the GitHub strategy, and they imported from the package. Let's see, it is coming from this package, and they're using the require, so the syntax. Let's reuse the import syntax. So import strategy as GitHub strategy from this package, which we have installed previously. And then here, this is going to be our callback URL, where we could just say it'll be /API/auth/GitHub/callback, just like we talked about it here. And that's what we put into here as well. And then let's see what we'll be doing next. So we have added these. Now this will be the function that will sign up the user or log in the user. And for now, we could just console log the profile, and yeah, we'd see what kind of so what do we have inside this profile object. So here we have an extra parentheses, I believe. So let's just Control Z. I accidentally deleted something. So it is gonna be this one. I'll just delete this and I'll say console log the profile. And now I think that's gonna be it for this file, at least for now. And what do we need to add next? So let's take a look at the repo, but first we need to import this file into here so that server.js file knows that we have this file. So under maybe above our routes, I'll say import. We just like to go one up, so or the current directory, right? We're here. We'd like to go under the passport and then import this file. So I will save this one and maybe this one for now. Let's see next what do we need to add. So now we need to add this middlewares, this one and this one. I'll just copy all them and paste it below the course or maybe above. And then here they're using the session package as well as the password. Let's import it. So import passport from passport. And then for the session, they are using Express session. Let's install that package. So here I just open up a new terminal and I'll just say npm install express-session. And that's gonna install it. And here we could say import the session from Express session. Okay, so that's gonna be our setup for the passport, where we just created a file. And now let's try to add that route so that we could add some controllers. So let's see, as always, like take a look at the documentation. So when we hit this, let's see which one is it. Okay, when we hit this GitHub endpoint, we would like to call this passport authenticate function, or this is again middleware. We'll just pass it and let's import the passport. So here we just say to the Passport.js, authenticate this with GitHub, and scope here basically means get the email of this user alongside the default information that GitHub provides. And then for the callback, let's see what do we have. So we'll just, actually I'll just copy all of these until the comma and just paste it. So here we say if it fails, take this user to the login endpoint. And here I would like to update this so that it'll take us to our front-end application. And I'll add a environment variable for this. I'll say client underscore base URL, and that's going to be a localhost at this port, which is 3000, right? This is our React application. And I'll copy this name. Now here I'll prefix it with this one. So I'll say process.env and then this client base URL. And what do we want next? So if it is successfully completed, I just save this to get this formatting. If this is successfully completed, we would like to take this URL to our front-end application. And again, I'll just take the client base URL. So if we save, I think that's gonna be it for our setup. And then here they have the logout function as well as authorization function, which we'll add next. So let's try to test it out. So now we would like to log in with GitHub. we will send a request to /API/auth/GitHub, and it is gonna call this part where we will just see the GitHub authentication page, right? It is gonna call this strategy, and if it is completely successfully completed, we're gonna see this profile in our console. So let's kill this terminal, and we'd like to see that in the console, and let's test it out in the client. So we're gonna go into the source, into the, let's see, maybe the login page or sign up page. When we click to this button, so I will call this function handle login with GitHub, and let's create that one, where we'll just replace our current window with the new one. So I'll say window.open, and we're gonna call this endpoint, so just like we had here. And of course we'll just prefix it with our, so let's say like HTTP localhost 5000 port /API/auth/GitHub, and we will say replace this window, so we'll just add _self as the second argument. Now let's save, and if we visit our application, let's go to the sign up page. So here, let's try to click to this, and let's see what's gonna happen. So it is gonna take us to the authorization page, just like we talked about it here. So please just pause the video and take a look at it here, what we are doing. So we send a request to this endpoint, which called the authorization page of the GitHub. And if we authorize this, GitHub will redirect us to this endpoint, where we will either sign up or log in, and we will add this functionality next. So let's try to authorize, and here now it is going to take us to the front-end application, hopefully. So it is not taking us actually, it is because we haven't implemented that. So here we just said it is going to be in this file. Okay, we said just console log the profile, and we didn't call this done callback, and you'll see that in a second. Oops. So let's open up our terminal, and here we have this user object. So here I just have every information of this user about their GitHub account. So we have the username, the profile URL, the profile photo. So provider is GitHub, and then followers URL, just everything that you could imagine for this GitHub profile. So this done function will be called so that it is gonna redirect us back to our front-end application. And let's try to add it now. So here we are at this step where we just want to sign up the user or log in the user. Let's go into our VS Code and try to add this logic into this function. So here this function is going to be async, so that we could use await. Let's say const user, we'll click to call our user model, and let's say await, and let's import the user model. So import user from models. Is this correct route? Let's see. So we are under the models. Okay, so import it should be, and we are in the user model.js file. So here I'll just scroll, and I'll say we'd like to find a user, find one where their username are equal to this profile.username. And then once we find this user, we'll just say if this user is not exist in our database, if this is the case, we are just signing up. Okay, sign up. And then here we'll just say const new user, we'll just create new user, and this is going to be our object. So we'll have the name, so this should match with our model, right? We had the name, username, profile URL, and all these. Let's go here, we'll just say name will be profile.display name, not the username. So this is the full name. And then we'd like to have the username, profile.username, and profile URL. And then you'd like to have the avatar URL, and it is going to be under this photos array, and you'd like to get the first value. So it is this one, photos. It is an array. We got the first object, and we got the value, which is our GitHub, so the profile picture. And then for the liked profiles, we could put an empty array because we're just initializing this account, and liked by again is 0. But after this, so we created the user. I will just say await new user, save it to our database, and then return or maybe just call this done function, and error is null, but the payload is this user. But if this is not the case, we'll just say, so we are in the login process, we'll just say done and call this null user, and we could put it into an else statement. Okay, so just like this, we say either sign up if there is not user, or if user is already in our database, then they just want to log in, where we'll just call this done function with the user. Let's save, and hopefully that's gonna work. So I'll do these same steps again. Let's just go into our front-end application to the sign up, and I will click to this button. Now here it is gonna take us immediately, it is gonna just log us in. It is because, so it is not gonna show us this screen again because we already authorized. Now let's take a look at in our database if we have signed up or not. I will just go ahead and log in. So here I just logged in into my MongoDB account. Let's go under the databases and make sure we are under this application or the project. Let's go browse collections. And now here we can see we have the users collection, and this is the user that we have. So all the informations that we set here are being set into our database. So yeah, that was the pretty much the entire step, where we just send a request. When we click that sign up button, we want to send a request to this endpoint, and then it showed us this page, and when we authorize, GitHub took us to this callback URL, and then we try to sign up or log in inside this function. And once this is the case, we serialize it, send a cookie to the browser, and here that was our, so let's see that the callback URL. So we took the user, oops, it is here, process.env client base URL. And that's why when we sign up, so let's try to sign up. So this is basically logging in at this point because we already have the user in our database. So when we clicked at this, now it is taking us to this client base URL, right? It is this part. If there was some problems or errors, that would take us to the login page. So now I hope you're able to see how easy it is to add this authentication with the help of this package. And there are, I think, 2 more routes that you'd like to add. The first one, let's say router.get, or maybe, yeah, I think that could be a get method. And okay, I need to mention, so normally we would use post method for authentication, and you might be asking why this guy is using the get method, and it is because we don't use the post method. The reason is there is no form submissions, right? We don't put our, let's say, name, surname, and so password, that kind of stuff. We don't really need a post method. And in the docs, if you have realized, they are also using the get method, even for logout, for like authenticating, and for any kind of endpoint for the authentication. And that's why we're doing this. Let's try to add the logout functionality. So what they have here is fine, but I think there is even a better option that I found online, and this is working out a better way for me. So I'll just say when we hit the logout endpoint, we'd like to call this callback. So request and response, we'll just say request that session, destroy it. So destroy method, and this takes another callback function where we'll just have the error, and we'll just say res.json. We could just send a message that says logged out. So this is going to be our logout function where we just say user logged out, and we'll destroy the session. And another endpoint that we'd like to add, I'll just add it above. So we would like to check if this user is authenticated or not, so that we could set our state in our client. So we'll say router.get/check. This will be our endpoint. We will call this callback function, and we'll just say if request is authenticated, and this is something, again, you could find at GitHub repo. They just explain everything there. And let's say res.send. I mean, they don't really explain everything, but it is, I think, pretty readable what is going on, and they just have really long so comments that just make sense. if I were using this for the first time, I would just pause the video here and just read this entire file, which is about 100 lines. Okay, I think now enough talk, and let's try to implement this. So if user is authenticated, we're gonna send this user object. We'll just say request.user, and in the else case, we'll just say res.send user is null. And depending on this value, we will either show the login page or maybe the home page, the likes page, etc. in our front end. Okay, these are going to be our routes. So let's save this file, and I would like to create a middleware. Again, you could find this from the repo or the example. So here they just have this simple route middleware to ensure user is authenticated. And that's what we'll be doing. And we'll be using that, I think, in a couple of minutes, and it'll just make sense. Let's say ensure authenticated.js file. And we'll just have export const, or maybe let's say async function ensure authenticated. That's going to take the request, response, and the next function, because this is going to be a middleware that we'll be using. So we'll say if request is authenticated, just call the required or the asked controller. So we'll just call the next function. But if this is not the case, we'll say res.redirect user back to the client base URL, right? I'll say process.env client base URL and plus login. So that's going to take us to the login page if we are not authenticated. So we save this file as well, and I think we could now just go ahead and try to add all of them in our client. So here I'll just close every single file for now. And then in the front end, we would like to create a context to keep track of the user if they are authenticated or not. So here I'll just create a context folder, and I'll say auth context.js, or maybe we could just say JSX. So here in this file, we'll just create a context, and let's try to see how we could do that. And we generally use context to provide some global values to our entire application, so that we don't do prop drilling. And that's going to be clear once we implement that. So let's say export const, and we would like to create auth context. So we'll just say create context, and this naming could be anything, but I just want to suffix it with this context so that it is just clear this is a context. Okay, call the create context from React. And now we need to create a provider. So I'll say auth context provider, and this not generally, but always takes this children as the first argument. And here, this will be our application when we wrap it with this provider. And we'll say return, I think I'll just get this as a auto-completed code. So we call the auth context.provider, and here we'll just pass the value into our application. And whatever value we pass to here, they'll be available in our entire application. Let's try to wrap our app with this context provider. So main.jsx auth context provider, call it, and then wrap our application with it. Now, any value we provide, we will be able to use it in our components, pages, and basically any file that we have as a JSX file. So the values will be the, let's say, auth user, and that's going to be a state. So let's say auth user and set auth user. So at the start, it is going to be null because we don't know if this user is authenticated or not. And then we're going to have a loading state. I'll just say const loading set loading. And we could just say it's going to be true because we immediately want to fetch this user. But for now, I'll just comment this out, and I want you to see what's going to happen if we don't use it. We use this to prevent some errors or some weird behaviors in our application. So for now, just comment this out, and we are going to create a use effect. So inside this use effect, once you initialize it, we'll just create a function. Let's say const check user logged in. So we'll just check if this user is authenticated or not. And let's say try catch. And even before we try, we would like to say set loading will be true. Oops, we don't want to import this, but that's going to be set loading if I can type. Okay, but we comment this out. So for now, let's just delete it. My bad. Again, we'll just say const res, where we just want to send a fetch request to our endpoint that we have created in our routes. So we would like to send a request to here to check if user is authenticated or not. And here we could just put the entire URL, where we would just say http localhost and 5000 auth, or even before /API/auth check. And I don't want to type this every time we use this, so I will go into the we're gonna go into the, let's say, front-end folder, config.js, and here we'll be using proxy, and we'll say prefix it with /API, and that's gonna be an object where we just say the target, I believe, yes, and http localhost 5000. So whenever we call this, whenever we call /API, just prefix it with this one. So it will be looking like this whenever we call /API. Now we could delete all this part, and so when we call it like this, it'll be as if it looks like this, okay? It is just gonna prefix it. Okay, so once this is the case, we say await fetch to here, and now we would like to send our credentials, and that's going to be our cookies that we have explained in this file or this diagram. Let's go. So we have some errors, but that's okay for now. And here we'll just say credentials, just include them, and that's going to give us some data. Let's say await res JSON, and the data that it's going to give us will be this one. So let's see inside our routes. So once we'll check if we are authenticated or not. The response will be this user object, and we will say set auth user to this data.user. It is either gonna be null or the user object, and specifically the authenticated user object. But in the catch, we could say toast.error and just maybe just say error.message. Let's import the toast from React hot toast, and then finally we'll say set loading will be false, but that will be next. So we would like to call this function, and for the value we will set the auth user and the set auth user function, and also the loading once we implement that. Okay, so we could save this now, and to be able to consume this context, we will create another hook, and that's going to be export const use auth context. And here we'll just say return, call the use context function from React or use context hook, and then just pass this auth context. So whenever we call this, it is going to give us these values that we have. And here we have a warning from ESLint. Let's just disable it, and that's okay. So we will save this file as well. Let's go into so we wrapped our application. Let's go into the app.jsx, and we will check if we have a user or not. So let's say use auth context, and that's going to give us two values. So the auth user and set auth user, and for now we just only need this value. Let's say console.log, let's say authenticated user, and pass this as a value. Now let's save, and let's try to see if we have anything in the console. So now the authenticated user is null, and here we have an error. I think it is because of let's see. Okay, so when we just refresh, it just gone. Let's try to sign up. I will go into the sign up page, and I'll try to sign up with GitHub. Okay, now here we can see the user has been authenticated, and we just got this when we sent a request to this endpoint inside our context, and that set the state for us where now we are able to use it in our application. So we could use it inside this file, we could use it inside any of these pages, we could use it in any of these components, and that's the beauty of context. It is just that global value that it gives us. So now depending on this, we could update our sidebar component, and here we could see now we are logged in and we cannot see that sign up and login buttons, right? Or the icons, but it is because we have this hard-coded value where we just check for it. If user is authenticated, show these parts. If user is not authenticated, show these icons, etc. And we would like to just update this so that it is going to be the actual value. So I'll say const auth user, where we just get it from use auth context. And now this will be working fine, just like before, but now this is the actual value, right? This is the correct data. Okay, so let's save, and we would like to update our app.jsx file as well. So here we'll just say if this user has been logged in, if it is authenticated, then they shouldn't be able to visit the login page. Now we are authenticated. There we can see from the console, this is the user that we have. And when we visit login page, we shouldn't be able to see this page. And because we are authenticated. Let's fix it. I will cut this for a second and I'll say if user is not authenticated and if they want to visit the login page, then in this case show them the login page. But if they are authenticated, then just navigate them. So navigate, it is coming from React Router DOM. Let's self-close it to the home page. Okay, we'll save. Now we are not able to visit the login page at all. Here we can see it just takes us to the home page immediately. And let's do the same thing for the sign up page. We don't want to see this if we are authenticated. So let's just type it actually. For this part, we'll paste it. If user is not authenticated, take them to the sign up page or take them to the to the home page. So we'll do the same thing for these pages, but home page should be available if user is authenticated or not. So this page is not protected, but these are protected. Let's say if use auth user, so if user is authenticated, they should be able to visit the explore page. But in the else case, just navigate them to the login page. And let's copy the same thing to here. They should be able to visit the likes page, but else, if they are not authenticated, take them to the login page. And next, I think we could add the logout functionality. Let's go into the logout component. And here, when we click this icon, so here basically I'll just add a on-click listener. So on-click, we'll like to call handle logout function. And I think we also forgot to add the login function, and we'll just do it in a second. I just realized it, so sorry about that. And now this is the to-do that we are implementing now. So here we'll just create the function const handle logout. So this could be an async function, and here we'll like to call our context use auth context so that we'll get those values where we'll just need both of the values. So const auth user as well as the set auth user, the setter function. Now here we would like to just add the function body. So try catch, as always, I would like to handle the errors. So import toast from React.toast, toast.error error message, and then I'll say const res fetch, and that should be await fetch. So here /API/auth, and we had the logout endpoint. If you remember, we added that, and we would like to send the credentials. So let's say credentials will be include, and then const data await res.json, and now you could console log the data where it is gonna send us that message. Let's see, when we log out, it's gonna say logged out, and here we'll just say set auth user will be null. And let's console log the data in case you would like to see that. And for the image, now this is the hard-coded data, but you'd like to show the authenticated user profile picture. And if you take a look at it in the console, we could see there is this value, it is the profile URL. I mean the avatar URL, my bad. So let's copy this, paste it, and we could delete this quotes. Now copy this one and paste it. And here, this is the profile that GitHub gives us, right? This is the GitHub user profile. We will add it into here. I'll say auth user. If it is not null, then show the avatar URL, but it is going to be like this. This is how we store in our object. Let's save and let's try to log out. I will click to this button, and here we can see now we have been logged out. We cannot see that button, and we cannot see the likes page or the explore page, where we could see the login button as well as the sign up button. Let's try to log in, and we didn't implement this, that's why it is not happening. Let's go into the login page, and to be honest, we'll be doing the exact same thing what we did in the sign up page. So here we could copy this function and then paste it here, and then just say on click call this function. But what we can do better, just take this function into its own file so that it is reusable. So I will cut it from here, and then let's create a folder inside the source. I'll say maybe a lib, and then the functions, so functions.js. I will paste it. Let's export this. And in our login page, we'll like to call this when we click to this button, and we'll do the same thing for the sign up page. I'll delete it from here, and when we click to this, call that function. And now it is reusable. Whenever we want to change something, we only change it only once here. But if we were to add it to here, oops. Okay, you get the point. If we had that function from here and then here, we need to update both of them. Okay, I'm just explaining a bit too much, but let's try to log in. Here we could see it as login, and we are logged in. We could see this profile pic, the logout button, and these pages. Now, what about this loading state that we talked about in the auth context? So I said there is gonna be some kind of a weird behavior. Now we are in the likes page or in the explore page. I will refresh now, and now when I refresh this, I would like to be still in the explore page, or same thing goes for the likes page. When I refresh, I would like to be in the likes page, but it takes me to the home page. And the reason is, when we first refresh the page, this runs, right? And for like a couple of milliseconds, this user is null. And that's why this sees that it is null, and this user wants to the likes page or the explore page. That's why it navigates us to the login page. But then user logs in, right? There is a value from here. Now that milliseconds has passed, and we had the user, and it takes us to the home page. So that's the reason. I hope it is clear, but so when we refresh, we're in the likes page. So this use effect runs. Let's see, there are too much files open. Let's close all of them. Okay, this runs for a couple of milliseconds. This user is null because we have a fetch request that checks if this user is authenticated or not. And while this is null, we take the user to the login page. And then from the login page, we see that, oh, user is authenticated. So let's navigate them to the home page. But if we add some kind of loading state, then we will be able to prevent this. So I will open up this, and I'll say set loading will be true. And finally, it is gonna be false. And we would like to have this loading state as well. So we're gonna save this, and inside the app.jsx, let's get the loading state. And here we'll just say if we are loading, so just return null. Don't navigate user to the login page or anything like that. Let's save now. I will go to the explore page. If I refresh, and here I am still in the explore page, it didn't took me to the home page. And same thing goes for this one. And this is a problem that you'll face a lot of the time, like when you're coding. So this is something that you want to keep in mind, that you need some kind of loading state in this scenario. Okay, so we have added the login page, the sign up page with their functionalities. We added the logout functionality as well. Now let's try to add where we could like the profile, and then we will make this explore page to be protected in the server as well. Let's go ahead and try to log in into the demo. So I'll just log in and I will search for my profile. Now I would like to like this profile. So when I click to that button, it is either gonna like it or it is gonna say that you already like this profile. And it's because I already like that off screen. So let's try to add this button. And for this, we'll create another component. I will go into the front end where we just have the profile info, and here I think above this a tag we will add the like profile component, and we would like to add the user profile of this user, and we'll be using it. So let's create it. Under the components, I'll say like profile.jsx, and let's get the boilerplate for this component. And here that's going to be pretty basic in terms of markup. So I'll say button. It is going to have a couple of different class names, and I think at this point I could just copy and paste it. So padding to text a small width full, font medium, rounded MD, BG class, border blue 400, flex, item center, and gap 2. And then in this button, we will add an icon, let's say FA heart, if I can type correctly. We're going to import that from React icons /FA, and size could be 16, and next to it, we'll just say like profile. And on click to this, we're going to add a function, let's say on click, handle, maybe like profile. We're going to create this up here. Okay, let's save, and we have this imported now. Let's save and try to see in our application. In the home page, now we could see that we will remove it from our own profile. So now when we click to this button, we would like to send a request to our endpoint, and now let's try to create it. So it is going to be this button. When we click it, let's say this is going to be an async function, and we will just send a request to our endpoint. And let's try to create it now. Under the routes where we have the user route, so here we have to-dos. The first one is the post method, which is to like a profile. Let's create it now. So router.post method, and just call it, let's say /like /username. That's going to be the dynamic value, and this route will be authenticated or protected. Let's say ensure authenticated, where we will call this middleware. So ensure authenticated, we need to import it from this folder. Let's say import ensure authenticated from middlewares, or maybe middleware folder, and then this file. Okay, after this middleware, we'll just say call the like profile function that we'll just create. And let's try to create it inside our user controller file. We will save this one, or maybe that's gonna break. So let's go into the controllers, user controller, shrink this one. And here I'll just say export const, and then this function. So async, that's gonna take the request and response. Let's say try catch. In the catch, we will handle the errors. So rest status 500 JSON error.message. Now in the try, first we'd like to get the username. So here we have an error. Okay, we should fail the try. So first we'd like to get the username from the prems. So const username request.prems. And now we would like to update two different user documents. The first one is this profile, right? This is the user that we will like. And the other profile is the current authenticated user. So here we'll just have two different users. Const user, this is the authenticated user now. We'll just get it from the database. User model dot find by ID, and let's import the user model. Okay, it is this file. We have imported that. Now find by ID, and we'll just pass the ID of this user, which we can grab from request.user._id, and we need to convert this to string, and that's how Mongoose wants us to implement that. And we'll just say, now if you want to see, you could say console log the user, and you could see the authenticated user. And so this is basically us that we have logged in. And then we'd like to get the profile of the user that we'd like to their profile. So const user to like, and we'll just say await user find one. We're gonna find that with their username. So this is same as doing it like this. We say find the user from our database where their username is equal to this username in the endpoint. And we could shorten this by just doing it like this. And we'll say if there is not user to like in our database, then we could just say return res.status of 404. We'll just say JSON error user not found, or we could say user is not a member to this app, right? And but if this is not the case, then we'll just check if this user has already been liked. So if user dot liked profiles, that includes the user to liked the username. And if this is the case, we'll just say return res.status of 400, and we'll just pass our message. So JSON, we could say user already liked. Okay, I'll close the object and I'll say user already liked. But if we pass this if checks, then we'll just say user to like dot liked by, and we will push the object. So the username, user dot username, and then we will have the avatar URL. So user dot avatar URL, as well as the liked date, and we'll just say date.now. So we need this object so that we could render this page. Let me just log in. So this is that object. Basically we have the username, the avatar profile, the date, and we will add this action manually. And then here we'd like to update the other user, just the authenticated one, and we'll just add the username of this user. So user dot liked profiles dot push user to like dot username, and we'll just save this in our database. So await user to like dot save and await user dot save. Now this will be a bit slow, so we could comment this out or maybe delete it, and we'll just say await promise dot all so that they run in parallel, and I'll just auto accept that. In here we have an error. Let's see what that is. Okay, we're missing a parentheses. Okay, so this is gonna be our function, and lastly let's just say res.status of 200 with a message. Let's say user liked successfully, or maybe just user liked. That's okay. So this is our controller where we could save this file, import it to this one, and that means now we have added this to do, and we will add this one as well. And this is, so we'll be using this to fetch that data actually. And maybe we could just create it now. So let's say router.get, and we could say /likes, and that's going to be protected route as well. And we could say get likes function. And now let's create it inside our controllers. I'll just shrink this one. Export const get likes async function and take the request and response. So we could do the same thing for the catch. And then in the try, it's gonna be pretty basic. So const user, here we just want to get the likes. So await user dot find by ID, and then we'll just pass the authenticated user's ID. Then we'll just say res.status of 200, and JSON will just send an object that is liked by and user dot liked by array. We're gonna save this one, and inside the user routes, let's import it, and we have added this to do as well. Now let's try to call them and just see that in action. We will go into the like profile.jsx, and here we'd like to send that fetch request. Now try catch. In the catch, let's handle the errors. So here I'll just say toast.error message, and then in the try we'll like to send a fetch request to our endpoint. So /API/users/like and /the username, and here we need to get it as a prop. So we pass the user profile that we'd like to like. So let's say user profile, and I'll just make this as a backtick. So here I'll just say user profile dot login, because that was the username how we got from GitHub API. And then we need to pass an object to indicate that was a post method. So let's say method will be post, and we would like to include our credentials. And then that's going to give us data as always. Now we'll just check if there is any errors. So let's say data dot error, and throw the new error with this error message, and we're going to catch it, show it inside a toast. But if this is not the case, we'll just say toast dot success and data dot message, which is going to be this message. Let's see, where it's just gonna say user liked. But if there are some errors, we're gonna take the error and just show it inside a toast. Let's give a bit space, like this maybe. So now let's try to save it and see that in action. Now inside the home page, so this is the profile that you'd like to like. Now if I am logged out, I shouldn't be able to see this button because this endpoint is protected. So I'll just say if there is not auth user, then we would like to just return null for this component. And let's get the auth user from our context. Okay, so we have this. Now let's save, and now I cannot see that. Let's refresh. In the console we have an error. Let's see. So it is related to context. Let's see. Okay, it does not use context. My bad. That should be use auth context. Okay, now it's gonna work. So here I am unauthenticated and I cannot see that button. So if I log in, then I should be able to see that button. And then I don't want to see this button on my own profile, right? Because I don't really want to like my profile. This is not what we'd like to add in our application. So here I'll just say, I maybe just create a variable. So const, I'll just say is own profile, and I'll say auth user dot username, and let's add this optional chaining. If this is equal to the user profile dot login, which means their username, if this is the case, then this will be true. And I'll say if it is own profile, then return null as well. And we could shorten this by deleting this if check and adding it as an or operator. So I'll just pass that and let's save. Now if I am looking at my own profile, I cannot see that button as well. But if I visit a different user profile, then I'll just see that and I'll be able to like it. Now first, before we like it, let's see our database. Now we don't have anything in this arrays, right? But if I like this profile, it is gonna add this username into the liked profiles array for this user. So here I'll just send it, and I think we're gonna get an error that says this user is not member into our application. I'll just click that button, and here we can see this user is not a member to our application. So they have a profile on the GitHub, but not in our application. So I'll just go ahead and log in to this localhost app with this with my account. So here I have opened our front-end application in my main browser. Now I'll just try to sign up with my actual GitHub account, and I'll say sign up with GitHub. I need to authorize. So here I'll just authorize, and it's gonna redirect me back to this app. And here we can see now this is my actual GitHub account that I've been logged in. So now I'll go ahead and try to like this profile from that test account. So here let's just actually refresh this page. Now this user is a member into our application. I will say like profile, and here we can see it says user liked. And if we refresh our database, we're gonna see that new user. So let's see. Okay, this is my actual GitHub account that I have been logged in, and this user liked by this user above, right? It says here they liked you, their username is this one, this is their avatar URL, and this is the like date. And I'll just zoom in a bit. Okay, and then here this user have inside the liked profiles, it has the name of the username of that user. And now inside our likes page, we would like to actually replace this with a real data. Let's go ahead and try to add it. So we would like to go into the likes page, and we would like to just have a state first. Let's say const likes set likes get the use state. By default that's going to be an empty array, and then I'll just say use effect. And then once we initialize this, we would like to have a function that says get likes async function, and let's import the toast so that we could handle the errors. And then I'll just say try catch in the catch toast.error message, and in the try we would like to send a request to our endpoint. So I'll say const res await fetch /API/users/likes. This is what we have created, and we would like to send our cookies, which will just say credentials include, and this is going to give us data. And let's see await res.json, and we'll just say set likes. This is our setter function, data.liked by, and we have this value is because what we have set in our controller. Let's see the user controller, we have so here when we'd like to get the likes, and it's gonna send us this value where it says liked by, and I mean this is the property. Okay, and we have the error. Let's just handle it as well. So we'll say if data.error, then we just want to throw it so that we could catch in our catch. So we would like to call this function after we initialize it, get likes, and this is going to give us the likes now. So I'll just console log the likes. So we could replace this like this. And let's first see that in console, and then we will update this with this hard-coded data. So here, this is the main account. Now I'll go to the likes page, and we had a liked from that test account. Here we can see we got an array that says this user liked your profile. Let's try to render these values, which is the avatar URL, the username, as well as the date. So back to the VS Code where we just have this hard-coded value. It is this table row. I will cut it for a second, and I'll say likes dot map get the each like, and we would like to get the index as well, and you'll see why. We would like to return this JSX part where we just cut it. So I'll paste that. Now we need to pass a key. I'll say key could be like dot username, and actually this could be a user, right? So each like is coming from a user, so I'll just rename it as user. And then what we'd like to do now, this is the number, right? It is gonna be 1, 2, 3, and index starts from 0. So I'll just say index plus 1 so that it is going in the correct order. And for the image, I will just delete this part, and I'll say user, oops, we have an extra curly braces. So user dot avatar URL, and for the alt we could just say user image, or maybe user avatar, and then this is the username. I'll say user dot username, and then we would like to have this I think that was the name, right? So date, we just put this, but that should actually be a date. So I will call the format function. Let's go here, let's say format date. It is coming from the utils, and we'll just say like, or I'm sorry, user dot liked date. And for the action, we know that they liked our profile, so this could be an hard-coded value. And I think we could save, and let's see that in our browser. So here we can see, even before we refresh, this says this is the user profile, that they liked your profile, and this is the date, which is today's date. And if I refresh, now we have only one user, but imagine if this application got other users, and when they like this profile, this will be going, like this table will grow and it'll be incremented by 1 depending on this number. So with this functionality, I think we have completed the most of the things, or maybe just everything. So we are able to get the popular repos. It is working as expected, and we forgot to, I think, make this protected in our controllers. Let's go into the maybe routes. Okay, this should be authenticated or protected. I'll say ensure authenticated, and you'd like to just import this. So import ensure authenticated from this middleware. This is the correct route, or maybe it isn't. So let's say ensure authenticated.js. And we're gonna save this, and that should be working fine as well. Now there are a couple of different things that we need to fix. Let's go into the front end where we used like HTTP localhost and our server endpoint. So we would like to just change them with only /API because we updated that in our feed, right? So I will fix this and save it. And then here we're also using it. We're only gonna make it /API, and also I think inside this function, yeah. So we're gonna delete this part as well, and that's just gonna be /API and the rest of the endpoint. So we could close these files, and let's just close everything that we have currently. And like, also you might be thinking why we didn't add these as like controllers into the Auth controller.js. The reason is I just didn't want to make this any complicated. If you wanted to, you could create that functions and just extract them and put into that file. So I think this looks okay, and as I said, we could just leave it just like this so that it is a bit more beginner friendly. And we are gonna go into the backend server.js. Now we would like to set this in a way that we could deploy it. So before we do anything else, I just want to commit all the changes that we had. Now inside, let's see, are we just passing any .env files or anything like that? Nope, we don't. So we only have the package.json that has been changed. We have added these so packages, package.lock, JSON file changed depending on that, and all the other files that we have changed. So I will add all of them into the staging area, and I'll just say server endpoint, maybe endpoints added or maybe completed, something like that. And let's commit this one. Now we would like to go into the server.js. Now let's try to make this production ready so that we could deploy that. And what I mean by that, so when we visit, let's say, our backend URL or domain, we would like to both run the client from here and the server. Okay, so when we visit this route, we should be able to see the homepage from our front end. And if we visit a route like login, we should be able to see the login page or the sign up page, so on and so forth. But if we send a request to these endpoints, then it should give us the endpoint result that we have in our controllers. So to be able to do this, we need to make a couple of things. But even before that, let's just optimize this port first. Let's say this is going to be the port variable. We would like to get it from process.env, and if this is not available, that's going to be this value. Let's make this backticks, and then just put that dynamic port. Okay, so let's go into the .env file and create that port. That should be uppercased, and then like this. So with that in place, let's try to do what I just mentioned. We'd like to run the server and client at the same domain. So here I will create a variable. I'll say const underscore underscore their name, and that's going to be path.resolve. Now let's import the path from path, which is coming from Node.js. And if you console log this, so I'll say their name, open up our terminal. Now this is the root route that we have in our application, right? We are not under the front end or back end, but we are just exactly at this point. And from here, we'd like to go into the front end to run our React application. So after these routes, I'll just say app.use, and we'll call express.static, and we're gonna just join this path. So let's say path.join, and now here we'll just say underscore their name variable that we have, which is we are in the root, and we'd like to go under the front end folder, and then we're gonna have the dist folder, not the build, but that should be dist. And this is what we have got when we build our front end application, and that's what we'll be doing in our when we deploy our application as well. Now these are our static assets, and let's add our other routes other than these. So that's going to be like login page, the home page, or any other route that we have in our front end. So I'll say app.get, and we'll just put star or asterisk, which means the wildcard. So request and response. So when we hit any other routes other than these, we're gonna send a file from our React application. So res.send file, and would like to say path.join their name, and I'll just make it comma separated. So under the front end, and then comma, we'd like to go under the dist, and then the index.html file, and this will be our React application. So let's save, and we'd like to just delete this for the homepage. We don't want to get this server is ready message, but instead we'd like to have the homepage from our front end. So I'll delete this part, and if we save, hopefully that's gonna work. I will kill this terminal and then the front end as well. And in our server, I'll just say npm run dev, and let's try to test it out. We got the server is running, MongoDB connected, and here we can see now we're gonna go into the localhost 5000, which is our server, but here we can see we are in the home page. If we visit a page like login, first we need to log out. Okay, so this is not working as expected because we didn't build our application, right? We don't have the latest version of our React application, and that's why we see this boilerplate, so the hard-coded value. We cannot log out or anything like that. Let's go ahead and run this npm run build in our front end. So npm run build to get the latest build of our front end application. Okay, so it has been completed. It is built in 7 seconds. Now let's kill the backend, or we already killed it. Let's say npm run dev, so that we could just get the latest version. I'll refresh, and now we are logged out. If we try to log in, so here it says this site can't be reached, and it is because we need to update this OAuth. So this homepage URL. Now we don't have this homepage URL because we are using this one as our client as well. So let's try to add it actually in the deployment. So we have too much tabs open, so I'll just close them and just only keep this one. I'll close this one, and all of these maybe. Now let's go into the render.com. If you don't have an account, just try to sign in or sign up. I already have an account, so I'll just go ahead and log in. So here I have logged in, and this is the application that I was testing out. Like, it has been deployed 3 days ago. Let's try to create the new one. We'll say web service, and we'd like to build and deploy from a Git repo. And first you need to create a GitHub repo and push your code. So I'll just go ahead and try to create a new one. So I name this one as MERN GitHub app, and I'll say this is going to be public, and I'll say create repo. Now here, we'll just push this code to existing repo. I'll copy this, and in your case, your master branch might be main, so don't worry about that. Just copy this command and go into the root. So just paste that, and maybe you need to press enter so that it is gonna take this code and push it, but we forgot to add the latest commit. So let's try to just say git add all and git commit -m, and we'll say build, let's say optimized for build, but this is not the case. We forgot to update the package.json. So here we are gonna add two commands. So one to build the application. So to be able to build it, we need to install the packages. So npm install, that's gonna be installing the packages for the backend. Okay, so we will run this in our render.com account. So it is gonna install the Node modules for the backend, and then you'd like to install, so let's say npm install the packages for the front end. Now we'll just say prefix front end. That means run this npm install script under this front end folder. And once we have done that, we'd like to run the npm run build command as well. So npm run build for the front end. Oops, so I'll say -- prefix and then the front end. Now we also need to have a start command or script. I'll say start, and that's gonna be node. Under the backend folder, we would like to run this server.js file. So with this, I could save this file and add all of them from scratch. So I'll just say git add all the files and git commit -m package json updated. And maybe I'll just say server.js updated. Okay, so package.json and server.js files updated. So git commit and git push. Let's try to see that in our application. I'll just refresh. Now here we just got the latest commit. It says package.json and server.js updated. So we would like to deploy this repo. We're gonna go here and let's say build and deploy from a GitHub repo. And we're gonna get the latest repo that we have here. I'll say connect. So here it says name. I'll just say MERN GitHub app, and then we could just leave them as it is. So npm run build, that's gonna be our build command. And then for the start command, we'll just say npm run start, or basically npm start. That's the same thing. We're gonna go with the free tier, and we need to add our environment variables one by one. So here I'll just take this to the, maybe like this. I'll just shrink it and I'll say Github API key, paste it, and then the value. And I'll do the same thing for all of them. So we have the Mongo URI, I'll just copy all of it and paste it. We have the port, let's say it's gonna be this value, and then we will have the client base URL, the GitHub client ID, and for the client base URL, we'll just skip it for a second. Okay, we already added the port, we could delete this, and we're gonna add the client base URL once we deploy it. So we have added all of our environment variables. Now let's say create the web service, and hopefully that's gonna work. And that's gonna take a bit time, so let's just wait for it. Now it says build was successful. Now it's trying to deploy this. And again, we need to just wait for it. So finally, it says your site is live. Let's click to it. And here it is not going to work as expected, and we're going to fix it. Now this is our entire URL or domain. I'll copy this, and we need to update our OAuth application. So now homepage URL is not this one because it is not in the local, but it is this one. And this is again for authorization callback URL. It is going to be this route where we just deployed our application. So we're going to update that and update the application. And then also we need to go into the render where we just need to add an environment variable. So we had this one, client base URL. So I will add it. So let's say add environment variable. That's going to be client base URL, and then just paste the value, which is our application, right? And just delete the slash at the end. Now we'll just say save the changes, and I think it is going to deploy it. Let's go to the dashboard. Okay, so automatically it's going to try to deploy because we have changed the environment variables. Let's wait for it to be completed, and once it is done, I'll just get back. So it has just been deployed. Let's test it out now. So we are going to refresh, and now if we try to log in, hopefully it is going to work as expected. And here it fetched this profile. Let's try to log in. Now here it says internal server error, and the reason is we need to just update one thing in our, let's see, I think inside the passport, where we just say callback URL. Instead of this value, we're gonna put our entire URL. So that was, let's go to the render.com. Oops, it is here. So this is our entire application URL, right? I'm gonna copy that and then just paste it to here. Okay, this will be the callback URL. We just need to type it the full URL. So I will save this file, and now I'll just try to add a commit. So git add and git commit -m callback URL updated, and I'll just say git push. Now again, it is gonna take and deploy this latest commit as well. So here, let's just wait for this as well. Okay, so it has just been deployed. Now let's test it out one last time. We're gonna go into this app, and here we are in the home page. Let's try to log in with this account. So it is gonna take us to back into our application, and there we go. Now we have been logged in and everything works as expected. Let's search for this user. Here we can see this is their profile. If we try to like it, here it says user liked, and you could also add a loading spinner for this with a state. But if we try to like it again, it is going to give us an error that says user already liked. We could go into the likes page. Here we could see this user has liked our profile, which is the today's date. And here we could see the explore page. Everything just works as expected. And yeah, that's going to be our application. Now the deployment part was a bit tedious, so I put some notes for you. So here I'll just add it in case you would like to see that, and in case it was a bit confusing. So inside, maybe here I'll just say deployment dash steps. So deployment steps.md, and I will copy and paste that. So we first need to set up the server.js file where we just added the express.static middleware and res.send file for our React application. And also we need to add this in their name, right? So let's delete this comment, by the way. And here, after that, we have added our build and start scripts in package.json so that we could run them in our render.com application. And then we deployed with .env variables, where we just copy and paste all of them one by one. And then we update the GitHub app, where the homepage URL and callback URL, that was the localhost, but we added our entire URL or domain. And then we added the client base URL as environment variable on render. And lastly, we have updated this client callback URL with the full URL there we can see. So these are the steps that you need to do for the deployment. In case you would like to have it, I'll just leave it in the repo. So this is gonna be it for this application. I hope you were able to follow along up until here. Now you could just take this application and just take it to the next level where you could add messaging functionality. You could add lots of different things that are related to friend events. You could follow profiles, unfollow them. And for all of these, we have videos on the channel. So feel free to check them out. And thanks for watching. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one.